HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Thousands of school kids headed back to class today in Washington, D.C. with National Guard troops patrolling the streets. ABC's Karen Travers says some parents have concerns that they are armed.
Tens of thousands of kids who are taking the metro, walking to school in their neighborhoods, and you have that armed military presence throughout the city. That's as of last night, that 2,000 deployment of National Guard who are now armed as of last night. The mayor told ABC that they don't need armed troops to take kids to school safely, to ensure that kids can get to school safely.
The Pentagon is also now considering sending armed guards to other federal cities as well, including New York and Chicago. President Trump today signing an executive order in the Oval Office ending cashless bail for those suspected of crimes while they await trial. Gilmore Abrego Garcia back in ICE custody. He was mistakenly sent to an El Salvador prison. Now back, White House wants to send him to Uganda. This is ABC News. GLP-1s are the drugs that keep on giving.
Not just for losing weight and battling diabetes, but fighting cancer. Shown over 10 years of research on 80,000 patients.
Yes, this is a medical revolution, but that doesn't mean these drugs are without serious side effects.
Board-certified neurologist Dr. Leah Kroll says the upside...
The risk for endometrial cancer went down by 25%. For ovarian cancer, 47%. And the risk for meningioma, which is a benign brain tumor, went down by 31%.
Researchers make clear the study does not distinguish if the reduced risk is due to the drug or the actual weight loss. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
The nonprofit healthcare group KFF says health insurance prices are expected to rise next year. Pricey prescriptions and nagging medical costs will likely leave consumers dealing with coverage changes and less coverage overall. KFF says the health insurance market right now is in a period of uncertainty. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
My name is Bobby. I'm a veteran and lost my leg to a roadside bomb. My victory was going from a wheelchair to becoming a weightlifting champion.
I'm Sam. I'm a veteran. My victory was finding a career I can be proud of and supporting my family.
America's veterans are on their most important tour, the tour of their lives.
I'm a veteran. My victory was going from homeless to home.
At DAV, we're on a mission to help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
I'm a veteran, and my victory was finishing my education.
DAV offers veterans of all generations a lifetime of support for victories great and small.
My victory was proving that disability is not a limitation.
My victory was getting my service dog a new best friend.
We help more than 1 million veterans every year as they face and conquer their challenges.
My victory is being able to be there for my family.
When America's veterans win, we all win. Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org. KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Colorado's special legislative session continues today as legislators work to bridge a nearly $800 million budget shortfall. Several bills have been passed, including one that restores access to Planned Parenthood services for Medicaid patients, replacing federal funding eliminated by the congressional budget bill. Democratic Representative Jenny Wilford says the bill is not about abortion.
It is about cancer screenings. It is about pregnancy tests. It is about prenatal services and access to affordable birth control. Members, this bill is about dignity.
Proponents of the measure argue that Planned Parenthood may be the only place that provides primary care services for Medicaid patients in some areas. Colorado skiers can start making plans for this winter. Vail Resort says
not all week.
I forget the name of it. I want to say Corelli's. I always like a good Italian restaurant. It is really good. Ah, well, thank you. Yeah. No, we're definitely not going to be here. I'll get you one over. Ask Kelly if she started the feed. Excelente. ¿Dónde está Taco Burrito?
The 80 locations.
I don't know if that sounds good.
It's fine. Well, don't you still drink?
Oh, you probably don't drink too much now.
Oh, yeah, she beat the hell out of me today. My strain is 14.4. I bet my heart rate was zone 5.
You know how I know you're gay?
What's up, Dan?
Dan, how's it going? Awesome, thanks.
Dan McKenzie.
My heart rate was over 180 for 12 minutes.
Masturbating?
Dan, did you, I wanted to make sure you got an invitation for our Meat Fest on Saturday.
I don't know if I did. It might have been filtered into a...
Oh.
Filtered. Let me check.
Yeah, what's, I'm sending to somebody else right now. What's your email address?
Dan at themckenziefirm.com.
Oh my God, that's funny. Oh my God, I'm funny.
MAC in there?
I know.
I just had a question that would be perfect for probate attorney. Sure enough. Hey, Kelly.
Yeah, I didn't know Mr. McKenzie's coming in. Let's get out.
Hill Irwin's.
I'm going to send you it's kind of an outbound. Send it since we have Dan here. We might as well get the question on air. I'll send it to Hill.
How's Andrew doing? Very good. Sherry and I like him. Good. Yeah, he's a good dude.
Who is it?
He's Dan's attorney.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's helped us out. We're recording all our deeds ourselves, and he helped us out.
Ripped off.
What do they charge you?
You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can.
Florida to do a beneficiary's deed, make $2,000.
This is the Troubleshooter Show.
When there's no
Now,
sales tax,
Tom Martino,
and there's no income tax, you got to make it somewhere. Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. It's Monday on the Troubleshooter Show. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We want to hear from you. The number's simple. I got 3 lines open. 303-MARTINO, 303-MARTINO. Simple as that. You can always join us on YouTube. If you go to YouTube, you can type in Troubleshooter Network. In studio with me today, Dan McKenzie, attorney at law, probate, estate planning, asset protection, you name it. Dan does it. Dan, it's great to see you in studio, man. How was your weekend?
Very good. Very good.
I'm looking forward to, it didn't seem like a really hot summer. I mean, we've had summers that have been brutal in Colorado. This one, though, I'm kind of glad even the high 80s are gone. It was so nice.
Yep. Yeah.
Just absolutely beautiful. And then, of course, I got Deputy Bo. No.
Yeah, I'm Deputy Bo.
I'm losing my brain here.
And you're Marc Mager, the host.
Thank you, Deputy Bo. Thank you. Then we've got Deputy D next to me. We got Kelly. And then, of course, we have Shannon on the other side of the glass running the show, 303-MARTINO. You know, I was looking at this special session real quick that's going on. I didn't realize this. People that own LLCs, small businesses, it looks like your taxes are going up quick. Can you imagine if you're an LLC in Colorado now and you go to write off mileage? I mean, you're an attorney, Dan. You drive to see clients and stuff, and I assume you probably write off your mileage when it comes to work stuff. There's going to be a lot of things small businesses and medium-sized large businesses aren't going to be able to write off if the governor signs off on everything in this special session. That's kind of scary.
What else, in addition to the mileage deduction, is being eliminated?
They talk about pretty much all these, they call them loopholes, but besides the loopholes, they're talking about getting rid of deductions. Period. Deductions. I use mileage as an example. Now, I'm sure you can write off cost of goods. I mean, that would be insanity. But a lot of the stuff a lot of people write off, I don't think you're going to be able to anymore. Maybe, for another example, maybe like I write off because I have a studio at home. Mm-hmm. One of the rooms in our house I basically use for work only. I mean, I have a microphone there just like Tom. Mm-hmm. And basically we get to write off a percentage of our house, whatever that makes up for. And then our bus we write off because when I'm traveling, I'm on the air all the time and I'm visiting radio stations. So it's stuff like that that apparently the special session's going after. I don't know where it's going to end up, but that's pretty wild, isn't it? I mean, think about that. You know your exemptions. You own a business.
Yeah, and I don't take a lot of deductions. I don't even subtract my mileage. It just doesn't seem to be worth it. But I do buy things like, for example, office equipment and office supplies.
See, and I'm hoping stuff like that gets to stick because you can't operate without it. But I don't know. They're talking about small business deductions, but the bottom line is they have to come up with, what is it, $1 billion basically in cuts.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
And they've got no expenses, no programs, no departments, and no personnel.
Did you look at the list of people that were getting fired? Did you send me that?
I sent you the Denver, after making this huge deal about upcoming layoffs, only laid off about 160 people.
I know.
The rest of them were
people they were going to hire.
Yeah, so they pretend like that's some kind of a huge layoff.
Okay, no BS here. I'm going to ask Ann McKenzie first. When's the last time you were at a public library?
I used to, when I started the firm, I kind of hung out at public libraries. It's been a few years. Yeah.
Yeah, so a while, right?
Yeah.
When's the last time you've been to a public library?
Mark, I hate to surprise you like this out of the blue, but I actually go to the library about once a week. I order an enormous amount of books and audiobooks and other media from the Denver Public Library. So you
actually use it?
I actually use 2 libraries. Denver,
you know what? I'm glad there's someone using it, because that was one of the things they were cutting jobs. I'm like, who goes to the library besides homeless? Now I know. You.
It's me and all the bums and the junkies.
Is there a bunch of bums there generally or no?
So unfortunately, I'm a Denver resident, and I have to drive past 2 branches to get to the 3rd one that doesn't have bums. But
the first 2 are that bad?
They are that bad. The downtown branch and another one it's kind of like around Broadway and Ellsworth kind of an area. It's nothing but bum and junkie central.
Fires.
Hookers. Heroin addicts. Yeah, that's just where they all hang out. It's such a shame.
So it's by the 16th Street Mall, I assume. Is that where they put the $1 billion? And what did they come up with? They renamed the 16th Street Mall 16th Street.
They just erased the mall part.
And it costs like $1 billion. I mean, you got to be kidding me on that stuff.
Which explains this huge hole in the budget that they're trying to plug with layoffs.
It's crazy, man. I mean, I don't want to jump on it, but this tax attorney urges the public to start following changes made during this Colorado special session. And this is a Fox 31 News article. And the guy goes on to say, I've been practicing tax law in Colorado 17 years, and this is the first session I've paid attention to. It's really important because it impacts my primary practice area, which is tax. But he's advising businesses and taxpayers to watch what arises out of this year's special legislative session as lawmakers look to make up $1.2 billion in revenue lost. And they basically go right into small businesses. One of those breaks, a 4% rebate businesses in Colorado get for calculating their sales tax. I don't even know what that means. I'm sure my accountant does. But literally, if that means 4% to my bottom line, that sucks, whatever it means. Yeah. I let my accountant do all that. But it looks like that might be going away. And there's another measure that would end income tax deductions for sole proprietorships. That's exactly what it says. There is a measure right now. I don't know if it has gone through. I don't know if the special session's done. I don't know. But right now, there is a measure that would end income tax deductions for sole proprietorships. What are most firms? Are you guys LLCs, LLPs, or?
I'd say nowadays it's mostly LLCs. Older firms are probably limited partnerships.
So what's the difference? Do you have any idea? I know that's not your...
Yeah, it just depends on the level of liability that the fellow shareholders have for each other's actions.
Okay.
So what's my business, Dan? It is an LLC, but I'm the only owner. Does that make me a sole proprietorship?
No.
Oh.
No. Sole proprietor means you're basically operating in your own name.
Yeah, it's
like a house painter or something.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it's kind of crazy. I mean, you have no corporate shield, or at least you might have a little bit of one, but not as well as you could form one with, even an S Corp that files basically as an LLC or goes through K-1s or something. I mean, it's still, all the income's still going to flow through your social security number, but you get the benefit of that tax shield. But an LLC gives you some benefit, right?
Yeah, I mean, the benefit of the LLC is very few formalities. You don't have to have like the annual meetings and the bylaws and the board and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And you still get protection like companies do. So it's just a lot less formality, and you still get some protection.
And then the LLP, to go back to that real quick, and the only reason I know about that is a different attorney that I knew years ago that was a sponsor, and that, has retired. They were an LLP.
Yeah.
And that's really the only time limited liability partnerships used is mostly for law firms, or it's used broadly.
Mostly professional service firms, but I think it's,
so maybe a
less
doctor's
popular
group?
now. Yeah, that could happen.
Okay. That's interesting stuff. All right. Any questions you have for Dan? And what is going on these days when it comes to estate planning? One of the things, and I'll get to the phones in a minute, but I did want to touch base with you during this show on the asset protection part of what you do. Because anytime you're on and we talk asset protection and we haven't dived into it, honestly, people don't understand the difference. Like, why does someone that writes or creates a trust or a will, what does that have to do with asset protections? On a very basic level, answer that question.
It depends. So usually nothing. I mean, usually if you're setting up your own trust, you're not really getting asset protection. There are ways to do it, but you got to put somebody else in control of some part of it to get asset protection.
So, but give me an idea of an asset I would protect, and from whom, through something you would do.
I mean, it could be any asset you have. So, unfortunately, your biggest creditor risk is probably your spouse. If you get divorced, like, what is going to be on the table, right? Most of our asset protection questions actually come from people who are 70 or so who are worried about long-term care. So they're worried about having to spend all their money on their medical care as they're getting older.
Does that generally happen? Do you know the percentage there of people that end up on Medicaid? Because that means you're basically broke.
Yeah, I doubt it's real high.
30%?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'd really be shooting in the dark.
Well,
but yeah, it's very expensive. I mean, it's $10,000 to $15,000 a month.
Think about that. $10,000 or $15,000 a month. And and we're not talking the Ritz-Carlton at that level either.
No.
I mean, we're talking a normal facility.
Yeah. And people think Medicare covers it or insurance, and it does not.
No, it doesn't. A lot of people end up, well, I won't say a lot. Once again, I'd love these numbers, but a lot of people end up getting part of that Medicaid payment on the behalf of their parents or uncle or whoever it is to take care of them in their own house.
Yeah.
Because they simply can't afford to send them into a facility.
Yeah, and a lot of people want to age at home.
Do you have, of course, do you have to expire all your resources in order to get on Medicaid? I mean, like literally everything? You can't have what? I mean, can you have, for example, you can't have a house, right?
I mean, there are protections that will allow people to keep certain assets, and a home can be one of them. But if they do that, if they're covering your long-term care and you have a home, like they're going to lien that thing.
Yeah, so when you pass away, it's not going to go to your offspring.
Correct.
Or your heirs.
Yeah.
And then how about, if we talk about that, and then to loop back into the asset protection, my understanding from you is basically if you do the right form of a trust, it would probably be an irrevocable, I would assume.
Yeah.
And if you created that after a period of time, which is what, 3 years?
5.
5 years.
Yeah.
So that is one way to shield the assets, but you're giving up the right, that person that's putting those into that trust is giving up the right to do anything with it anymore, right? In other words, it's completely out of their control for the most part. They can't revoke it. That's why it's irrevocable.
Yeah, it is irrevocable. I wouldn't say completely out of their control because they are picking the trustee and they are giving the trustee those instructions, but then changing those instructions, pretty limited ability to do that. And yeah, your trustee is now in charge. Right?
But 5 years down the road, if you do that, say, your parents are 75, 80 years old, whatever the age is, you move all their assets into the trust. Mm-hmm. They can basically can they still live on some of those assets? In other words, if the bank account's $200,000-$300,000 and that was put into the trust, can the trustee take money out of that trust to pay for their stuff?
The trustee can use the assets for certain things, but yeah, when you're setting those up, you kind of got to think like, do I have the ability to set some stuff aside? It's usually not everything.
And that's where you come in. Though.
Yeah.
So, but then you set it aside. Let's take a big asset like a house or a business or something along those. So when the 5 years goes by and they run out of money, even though they have all these assets sitting out there in the trust, no one can touch them. They're going to end up going to their heirs.
Correct.
In most cases.
Yeah.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
How about offshore? I know you don't specialize in that, but when people talk about offshore trust, Dan, what does that mean? Is there places where if you, set up a trust that's holding, say, a house in rental properties in a business that's in, give me a place where people set up offshore.
Cook Islands is pretty popular now.
Crook Island? Cook Island. I thought you said Crook Island. I was like, that's great.
I'm going to start Crook Island and become the world epicenter of offshore trust.
That's right. So you set it up over there is basically the difference is the U.S. government can't touch assets that are there. Is that really what it comes down to?
Yeah.
Why, if you set it up there, it's safe?
I mean, the reason that the Cook Islands and not like Mexico is because the Cook Islands specifically has set up a statutory scheme where they say we do not honor U.S. judgments.
Ooh. Oh, so that's it. The U.S., the feds can go to them and demand this or that, and they're like, nope, sorry, that's part of our Constitution, basically, is we don't do that.
Yeah.
Didn't Switzerland or someone used to do that with banking back in the day?
They've still got pretty good privacy, but it became very clear that a lot of very bad people were laundering a lot of money through Switzerland, I think. They were taking a reputational hit on that.
All right, listen, we've got Violet coming up. We're going to take a quick break. I ran over. She's got a problem. It's a horrible problem. If I recall, I heard part of it on Friday, a nursing home issue. That's about all I remember. We'll find out that. 303 Martino, you've been ripped off, bad contractor, bad dentist for that matter, bad anybody. And then I'm going to tell everybody about a voicemail that Kelly got from one of our favorite people. Hold tight.
Is it Drew?
And Mark, if there's a lull in the action, I have Stump the Expert questions.
Excellent.
For Dan.
And I got questions, too, about the Islet Trust that my sister's been bugging you.
What is it called?
The Islet Trust.
It's the life insurance trust.
Dan, would you like some coffee or water or a diet soda?
I'll take a coffee.
Would you like cream in it?
No.
And do you want small, medium, or large?
Gravina's. Yeah, you know, I'm talking about Larry Gravina. He's the first one that I know that started doing that. But this company has been around well before 1988. That's basically when Gravina's was founded, but the family's been in the window, siding, and door business forever. Check this out. They're not beholden to one manufacturer like a lot of window companies. These guys have 20 different manufacturers with over 50 lines of windows. They're going to have the right price point for you. High quality, energy efficiency. Everything's beautiful. And then, of course, that value's there. I have personally used Gravinas. They're great people. Check them out at Gravinas.com. That's Gravinas.com.
Mark, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Was Dimitri talking about being able to write off hookers? I didn't hear what he was saying.
Yeah. As entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine? You know people have written off hookers. There's no doubt.
Certainly the mileage to get to them, taking them to the hotel.
How about the old sheriff? Pat Sullivan, I'm sure, wrote off hookers.
Completely. And ammo.
What was he, Arapahoe County?
Yep.
Can you imagine? The damn sheriff. It's like a book. The sheriff's going to gay massage clubs and giving kids meth for, quote, massages. Unbelievable. The sheriff.
Yeah. Well, if anybody know how to do it, got to trust them.
Denver chases, or Colorado chases these higher taxes like it's going to solve this billion-dollar problem. All it's going to do is make everything more expensive here. When you take away the deductions, everybody's price goes up on a hamburger or for a will or an estate planning. I mean, everything goes up.
Oh, Colleen's up. I better find her notes. Colleen.
Wait till people see what happens to Obamacare, too. I'm reading this right here. I didn't know this. People on the exchange that gets tax credits, 38%. Wow, I'm digging more into this special session. You realize health insurance, if you're on the exchange, if you're not working for a company, and you're on the exchange and receive tax credits, you could see a 40% increase. 40% increase. Actually, it says 38. During this special session. So imagine if you're used to spending, you're a 25-year-old and, you know, whatever, you have a landscaping company, you're on there, you're getting tax credits because you're making less than $70,000 or less than $80,000 as a couple or whatever the numbers are. And all of a sudden that $300 a month you spend goes up to $450, $500.
That's the special session?
That's
I
what
thought
I'm looking at it right.
The Big Beautiful Act got rid of that tax credit.
Yeah, the big no. The Big Beautiful Act got rid of some of the funding for it. Absolutely did. But the state is also going to be pulling back what they put into it. But you're right. What is it? The BBB, the Big Beautiful Bill, definitely got rid of some of that. Here's what it says: the bill diverts $264,000 to health insurance equitability enterprise to pay for the subsidies for health insurance premium purchased through the state exchange. Those premiums are expected to soar for the individual market by as much as 38% on the western slope. Now, I don't know why the western slope would be different than anywhere. And it says partially due to the expiration of enhanced premium tax credits, federal subsidies. It's crazy, man. I mean, everything's going to be going up here.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's going to be. And here's what really drives me nuts, and I promise I'm going to get to the phones, but this stuff, it really drives me crazy. When everything goes up, when you take tax credits away, when you increase pricing, who ultimately pays? Do you think the business that can no longer say write-off mileage or whatever they mean by that when it comes to sole proprietors not being able to take deductions? Who do you think ultimately pays for that? I'll take the landscaper again. He's going to have to charge more to mow your lawn.
The consumer's going to have to pay it all.
Same with the restaurant. Same with anything. I mean, it's really remarkable. In small businesses, I don't think you have to offer insurance unless you have 50 employees. Does that sound right? It used to be 50. It could be lower now.
It's definitely lower now.
It is lower.
15.
Yeah. How many?
I think it's 15.
God, 15 employees. There's a lot of businesses, restaurants, stuff like that with under 15 employees. Yeah. I'm just saying there's a lot of people on the exchange, and regardless of the amount, going to Dan's point, or regardless of all the reasons, I mean, they're going to be paying 38 to 40% higher. I mean, that's a remarkable increase.
It's going to raise every health insurance plan's price.
Oh, yeah. Everybody else paying on the exchange or not, any business, I don't care if it's Walmart or Macy's or whoever it is, all health insurance will go up.
I mean, what do you do?
I don't know what
these costs are somewhere. I mean, somebody's got to pay for this stuff.
Absolutely, someone does. I mean, it's, I don't know. I actually had great insurance up till Obamacare. Listen, you can argue it 100 different ways. One of the arguments is simple as this. If it wasn't for Obamacare, there'd be a lot of people that had no access. And I'm not going to get into the abortion thing and stuff like that, but I mean healthcare. Like, you know, you're really sick with the flu or pneumonia and you've got nowhere to go. I mean, I understand a hospital's got to take you for, you know, true emergencies. They don't have to keep you around forever. But I understand that aspect of it. But what it really did was raise the price. At the time, I had 50 employees in my good years. Our insurance for our employees that worked their asses off went way up after that. It created everybody else to pay more for the people. It created the top 60%. I won't even say 10%. 60% of the people to cover the 40% at the bottom. That's basically what it did. Now, should those people have health care? That's a separate argument. I'm talking the economics of it and what it did. And it just wasn't a good thing. But I digress on that. So let me go to Violet. Hey, Violet, what is going on with you in this nursing home?
Hello.
Hey, Violet, how are you doing? What's going on with this nursing home?
Oh, they're denying everything, and I was there every day. My husband was there exactly a month, and he was in the ER either 3 or 4 times. I'm not sure how many, but I went to the doctor with him. This woman that they called I forget what the title. Anyway.
Violet, let me kind of start you over because I'm already kind of lost. Are you in a nursing home? Is your husband in a nursing home?
No, my husband's dead. No. And I will never go to a nursing home. I hate those places. I call them slaughterhouses.
Oh, my goodness. How long ago did your husband pass?
Next Friday will be a year.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that.
He was a good man. He served in the military for 20 years.
What is going on with you right now? I see you're distraught. You have this horrible anniversary coming up. But what is going on right now?
Well, they refused to do anything after I called your program on Friday.
Who? Violet, who refuses to do anything?
It's called the Centra Health.
Okay.
And they are they do investigations for Medicare. I first reported to Medicare because.
What did you report to Medicare where Centra Health got involved?
Well, I called them. I tried to get some help from the VA, but they won't even respond to my calls, and they were going to help me. They said, and they're covering a lot of stuff up, Mark. Anyway.
So you do have spousal. Hold on, Violet. I really want to follow you. So you do have spousal benefits though through the VA, right? Is that where? Do you go to? Are you on TRICARE?
TRICARE for life, yes, but
Okay.
I don't get any money from them.
But you do have health benefits through them. So I'm trying to. Where does Medicare come in? Are you on Medicare?
Well, yes, you have to be on Medicare. When you're 65, you have to be on. I wish I wasn't. I hardly ever used it.
Violet, you're right. I'm not going to get into the age part, but what I meant to say was Medicaid. Are you on Medicaid?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Never.
So what is the problem? What is the problem, and why is Centra Health involved?
Because I reported to Medicare some fraud that those people it's called skilled nursing, and the reason my husband went there was that he had a fall at home, and he had 10% brain bleed, and he broke his shoulder.
So this all, Violet, and I'm really trying to keep you focused so I understand.
Okay,
so this all goes back to the care your husband has. It has nothing to do with you right now.
No, it has no. I just want somebody to be responsible. I want to sue them, but I don't want any money. I don't want blood money from those people. I want them to stop abusing old people. It's happening everywhere. Everyone I talk to has somebody.
Do you have kids?
No.
You don't have any children? Do you have like a sister or anybody that you still talk to, or a brother or anybody?
Oh no, my sister died, but she was older.
Where do you live?
I have no.
Where do you live? Do you live in your home? I know, but I mean, are you in Colorado?
I live in my home. I have a very nice home. My husband provided for me. He was a worker, and he wanted to make sure I was taken care of.
Violet, I don't think, and I'd love to hear any other opinions, especially from Dan. You deal with people in situations where they've lost people, and she's very distressed by far. I don't see anything happening, and I'm being just real here. I'm not saying they didn't abuse him. They could have very well abused him, but to go back and hire an attorney.
I have proof. No,
What kind
I
of
have
proof?
A VA volunteer took me in his own personal vehicle to see my husband every day except 3 days.
And what happened?
He was doing something else, and his wife took me 2 times. Well, he was there with me, and he saw him, and he went to the hospital.
What did he see?
Well, the last time that my husband went to the ER, I went with him, and then this person, I called him, and he came right away, and he was there, and I have video on my phone that I took at the hospital.
Of what?
Of bruises all over my husband's back.
I think some of the things you're up against, Violet, and once again, I don't know what happened there, and I believe you when you think he was being abused, but I mean, there's bed sores. My uncle, before he passed, looked like he rolled down 8
there
flights.
every day. I talked to those people, and they were so mean. There was a few.
This VA volunteer that would drive you there 3 times a week to see your husband. Can I talk to him?
Every day. He was there
every
month,
day.
and he took
That's
me
fine. Every day.
except
Can I
3
speak
days.
to that person? Is that possible?
Well, I don't know, but I don't know if I haven't spoken with him about this.
All right, hold on a second. Hey, Kelly, I really need to get to the next level with this call. I'd like to talk to this person that apparently witnessed whatever was going on with her husband. And I realize the anniversary of his death is coming up. I mean, real quick, Dan, I mean, you must deal with people that are very distraught all the time. And I mean, I don't know if you were sitting here, what conversation are you having with her?
I mean, you always start with, she said she's not interested in money. If you're not interested in money, do not sue. It's the only thing a lawsuit can get you. It's not going to get you peace over, whether your husband was mistreated or not. That's not what courts do. And so whenever anyone says anything like that to me, I'm like, don't
waste your money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are correct that the proof issues around this, really difficult. Really difficult. Medical
to go
care
back
in
a
general.
year.
Yeah.
And it's very hard because, I mean, she's saying she witnessed it. So, Kelly, really what I need to do for the next step with Violet is we've got to communicate with the VA volunteer that would drive her back and forth. That's where we got to go. Colleen, Michael, hold tight. You're up next. She's so distraught. In fact, I think, honestly, she probably shouldn't be living alone, to be quite honest.
In a house?
In a house.
Yeah.
What is a Centra? Is that a nursing home or a house?
I feel like that is a...
I see Centra, but I don't... And I think Doc was assigned this case last Friday to make some calls.
I don't know what you would do on it besides talk to that other person. And if you've got someone that's, 40, 50 years old or younger.
I'd like to, is a Centra a nursing
that witnesses stuff. I mean, that's a whole different deal. Then the question is, if he witnessed this every day, why didn't he do anything last year when he's going there?
Right.
I mean, none of it makes sense. But, I mean, what do you say to a woman that's that distraught? She's calling up a radio show crying.
I guess she just wants people to know about this Centra nursing home. And the state of Colorado has a regulatory agency.
And she's got to be careful what she says, to be quite honest, too, and I'm not going to let her.
Okay, yeah.
All right, my friends, fix it 24/7. They do something I think is so important. It's called a free second opinion. If someone says you need a new air conditioner, a new furnace, or a costly repair to your electric box, maybe they're saying it's outdated, and that's going to be $5,000, or a new furnace and air conditioner is your only option. Well, they're called Fix It for a reason. They know how to fix things. Free second opinions. And guess what? If you happen to need the full Monty, they're going to have a better price than anybody I know. Fix it 24/7. Go to fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com. Let's talk about being a landlord but knowing nothing. Well, that's what Barry Miller is there for. You can actually invest with Barry. You're going to own the house. He's going to find it because he's got a knack for finding up-and-coming properties, areas of the country that are blooming. great areas. Maybe Microsoft's moving in. Maybe a big company's moving in. Maybe tax dollars are flooding in. Whatever the reason, he's going to help you find the right property. You purchase it. You buy it. It appreciates. He'll rent it out. He'll manage it. He'll get all that done for you. And then a couple of years later, you sell it. We have listeners making 30 to 50% annual returns. Check them out, Vestera, turnkey.com, Vestera, turnkey.com. You know, it is one of those things, like, there's nothing I am going to tell her that's going to do anything. Nothing. I can tell her it's crazy to go sue him. I can tell her, like Dan said, if you're not looking for money, why are you even talking about it?
That's a good point, Dan. Yeah, boy.
And if she wants someone to get fired or something shut down, I mean, it's a year later, and yet this one guy that went with her every day never did anything. She never did anything while it's going on.
He was an employee, too, wasn't he, Mark? This guy that went with him?
I don't know. I'll tell you this, though. My Uncle Al was in a nice home in Phoenix, and I saw him last year before he passed away, and he was really bad. He looked like people rolled him down the stairs, but his daughter was there every day. Everybody knew it was a good home. Everything was going good. But when you get older, man, with liver spots or whatever they call them, and just
get walking around.
Shit falling apart, man. You look horrible.
Or just bumping into a door, or, you know.
Yeah, older people bruise. They bruise easy.
Oh, man, they bruise super easy, don't they?
I feel bad for her.
I feel bad she's living alone and doesn't have any kids. I mean, that's kind of where I go. I'll tell you what,
Mark?
she's called before, and the reason I want to talk to this VA guy is last time she wouldn't let me. This guy that took her, okay, and I'm not kidding here, this guy that took her on her last call 3 months ago, you know what he was doing? He was getting power of attorney from her.
Is that her?
That's them.
Down over there by Sedalia?
Larkspur.
It's not.
I remember her voice 100%.
You and I were going to go drive there.
Yep, she didn't want, all of a sudden at the end when I said, I thought this guy was trying to get her to sign over everything. I found out she has no kids. I found out all this stuff about her.
Some guy supposedly in the Army.
And this guy's trying to get full power of attorney over her. And I was like, well, let me talk to this guy. I said, I'd like to meet him.
Hey, Mark.
And that's where she said, oh, no, he doesn't. I talked to him and he was really upset with me.
Mark, let's drive down there.
Well, I don't know if she's crazy or not.
Hey, Mark.
Oh, it's definitely. I have no doubt it's the same person.
Hey,
Kelly wants you.
Mark.
Yeah, Kelly.
So I just spoke with her.
Yeah.
She has deleted all of her contacts from her phone.
Yeah, I know. The last time I wanted to talk to this guy, he was trying to get power of attorney.
It's not a guy. She told me it was a woman.
Well,
named
it's not.
Shirley.
It's a guy and his wife.
Wow.
Ask her this real quick, Kelly, and then we just gotta. I've got to have some. Deleted all the contacts. That sounds insane. But I want you to ask her this question: is this the same guy you wanted? Is this the same person that wants you to sign the power of attorney?
Okay, hold on.
I deleted all my contacts.
Hey, Violet, is Charlie the same person you wanted to sign power of attorney for?
I feel bad. She's a bored old lady.
And the torment she must feel daily is...
Oh, listen to her. She's so distraught. It's crazy. But she'll never get any help. I wonder if anybody even comes in to check on her, to be quite honest. Kelly, that's really a yes or no question for her. I know she's trying to describe why he really wanted it and he wasn't up to anything bad and blah, 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 blah. Dimitri and I were going to go out there and meet her on a Sunday and just make sure she wasn't getting flim-flammed.
This is why Kelly and I are not on the air, because we listen to people's stories.
Okay.
You and Tom cut them off, so it's a whole different...
Shut up. I've never cut anybody
All right, listen to me, Betty. What's the...
All right, 303-713-8255. Kelly's talking to Violet. In fact, while I see her talking, Violet called in a couple months ago, and this person that was driving her to see her husband apparently was trying to get power of attorney. She lives by herself. As you know, she doesn't have any children. She just said that. And Dimitri and I were going to go out there on the weekend. Do you remember that, Dimitri?
Yeah, that was about 3 months ago, and man, a lot of alarm bells rang when she told us that this guy named Michael, who supposedly is in the Army, and therefore she believes he's trustworthy, was trying to get her to sign a power of attorney, but she couldn't tell us what that power of attorney was for.
So our sensors got up, and then we were setting it up to go out there. I think she was down around Monument or Larkspur somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, now they're off hold. So, Kelly, I'll go back. Go ahead.
I have an update, yeah.
What's the same person?
Michael and Joan.
Yeah, Michael.
Michael has power of attorney.
Yeah.
Oh.
And,
see, I need to talk to, at this point,
she
Violet,
has
I know
no
Violet
idea.
can hear me. Violet, listen, I feel really bad for you, but kind of where we were last time is I need to talk to Michael, especially if he's power of attorney at this point. He should be able to answer all your questions, honestly. I didn't know him from a hole in the wall. Dimitri and I were going to come out and meet you and meet Michael and just kind of give him the sniff test before you signed over everything to him. And I'm not saying there's anything nefarious at all, but I didn't like what was going on. And the bottom line is, I mean, at the last minute you said, well, you know, Michael really doesn't want you guys. He doesn't want to talk to you or something along those lines. But I mean,
he was in the background kind of whispering to her.
I don't remember that, but very possible. So that's kind of the deal. If she would allow us to talk to Michael, or if she wants us to come out to her house like I offered before, I'll be happy to, just to make sure she's okay. I don't know if there is a Michael. Let's get really real here. I don't know what's real or what's not with her.
I'll go with you, man. I mean, we should drive down there just to make sure she's okay.
That's the main thing. Make sure she's okay.
Oh, and
Dan, you must deal with a lot of, I'll be honest, a lot of crazy stuff. And I don't mean necessarily crazy people, but as people get older, you know, people are different. I mean, things change in their lives. People get to the point where they can't even, you know, they're not even in their own head. And what I mean by that is, what do you do when, let's say there's a will out there and the kids are in the will. And then all of a sudden, while the person is in hospice or something along those lines, the will gets changed.
Yeah.
And someone changes it. That happens all the time.
Yes.
And there's really not much you can do, is there?
I mean, it's super hard because people might be doing that for good reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you know, the famous, the stereotypical example is like everything gets left to the housekeeper.
The housekeeper, yeah.
Right?
The
It's like,
housekeeper.
well, maybe they wanted to. Maybe the housekeeper was really, you know, helping them out. They really felt fondly towards them. They really wanted to do it. I mean, it
or
looks
the
suspicious.
person that might come in and take care of them and feed them.
Yeah.
And then the kids are all upset. The kids weren't taking care of them, but they have this lady or this guy coming in 3-4 times a week to cook and clean for years, and all of a sudden everything goes to that person. I didn't even think of it in those terms. At that point, they might be going, my own kids can't come over and do something. I'm going to leave everything to Joe Blow.
It can be very hard to sort out. But there's undue influence and there's incapacity. Those are the two most common ways to challenge. And undue influence, the bar is quite high. You really got to show that the person was being pressured in a way that they just could not have resisted. So they're in this hospice. They've got this person really breathing down their back. Just gently, you know, if I go visit my dad in the hospice, like, hey, Dad, you know, my sister really hasn't been around. How about you leave everything to me? Is that undue influence?
I don't know.
Probably not.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know. That's if you've got one kid that's coming over, taking care of you, driving you around to the grocery store, doing whatever, and the other kid isn't. I mean, I don't know how you look at that. Maybe one of them, okay, in my dad's relationship, his family, not me. I'm an only child, not me or my mother, but he had 4, is that right? Yeah, 4 siblings, and then mother and father. As they got older, especially my grandmother, who lived to be like 95, my dad was more the financial part of it, but my uncle lived in Phoenix right next to her. So, I mean, basically, my dad took care of the financial part, and then my uncle was there to help her when she needed stuff there. So, it was fair. You know what I'm saying? Everything was fair and even. Now, let's do this. I've got to take this break, but Colleen has got an issue with Habitat for Humanity, and Michael has got a question about debt securities, and then Peter's got a problem with an HOA. But please, Violet, and I know you can hear me right now, I really need to talk to Michael, especially if he's power of attorney. And Dan, how does that generally work? If you have someone that the court has deemed someone else, well, maybe not even the court, has decided to give, let's just say, full power of attorney over everything, medical, financials, let's just say that's what this Michael has. I mean, really, I shouldn't even be talking to Violet. I mean, that sounds a little, I'm going a little overboard, but I mean, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, if a court has ordered that, that is a guardianship or a conservatorship. And if that was the case, Violet really doesn't have the ability to handle her own affairs anymore. You got to go through the court process.
She's talking about a nursing home and how they did different things to the husband. I don't want you to get in trouble, Violet, I guess is kind of where I'm going here. I don't want you coming on the air and saying this nursing home did this and did that and killed my husband, and then all of a sudden you're in trouble, and then you're getting sued by somebody. That's just, we need to talk to Michael. Or the other option, and then this is it, Kelly, you can get her phone number. The other option is Dimitri and I will go out and visit her and do a well check. That I wouldn't mind doing at all. More after this.
Good. Wow.
What do you want to kind of push, if you will? Kind of think about that. What kind of direction you want to talk? Just simple wills, who needs a trust? I mean, just the basic stuff or anything?
That's always good, yeah. Yeah, I am doing some upcoming presentations on long-term care planning. So
let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Do you deal with a lot of long-term complaints on long-term care insurance? Or is that kind of a thing of the past?
I doubt it's a thing of the past, but that's more, I mean, you've got a wrongful denial or something like that. That's usually an insurance. The lawyer specializes in that.
All right, my friends, I'm going to tell you about Red Rocks Roof and Solar. If you have a commercial property, maybe you've got a fourplex or a duplex, something commercial. It could even be a gigantic garage or barn that you work out of. Maybe you're a carpenter or something. But if it's truly commercial, Brooke at Red Rock Solar, she has gotten people paid up to 110% of the project. In other words, not only the whole thing's paid for, and you get to start selling electricity or using electricity for free with the solar system, but she's actually got you more than what the entire thing cost with grants. Now, tax credits are pretty much gone when it comes to residential. They're going to be gone real soon. But with commercial, it's simply not the same. I want you to call her up, and she can fix anything, by the way. If you have an old commercial or residential solar system that the company's gone out of business, she can help you 100% get it fixed, add a battery backup, a generator. In fact, if the panels are under warranty by the manufacturer, she can help you get that handled. Check them out at redrocksrs.com, redrocksrs.com. Kim Jong-un. There's someone we have not heard from ever. The Rocket Man. Tell me he hasn't been quiet for 3-4 years?
Yeah.
You never know if those people die. I guess we would have. They say we have so low intelligence over there. That sounds weird.
It's pretty tight over there. If he died, we might not know about it.
He's got like some underground or some speed train from there to China. I mean, that's like the only place he goes.
He only travels by train because he's afraid of flying. So he went to Moscow.
He's afraid of getting shot down.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember that guy that started marching towards Putin? Who was that? General
Rogozin.
Holy shit.
Rogozin, he owned their private military company.
What did he say?
Group.
He was literally sending like 100,000 troops to the Kremlin.
They were marching on Moscow.
And
then all of a sudden, he got shot out of the air. Whoops.
Well, first he got exiled, and he was supposed to live in Belarus, but then he ended up coming back to Russia for
that was so stupid.
Some kind of a meeting, and that was the end of that airplane.
Hey, I think you forgot your scarf.
You forgot your scarf.
He picked up his deposit or something from his apartment.
Jeez. Yeah, you forgot.
You forgot your deposit.
You want that safety deposit, or you that security deposit bag. You got a vacuum. Come on back.
Come on back.
That was the end of Prigozhin.
A bottle of vodka.
They showed that plane blowing up, too, man.
Oh, here's the video.
It was in the air for like Nothing.
Yeah, it spiraled down, and that was the end.
I can't believe he got snookered into coming, but there is no way. If you march on Moscow, you're not. Why would you even come close to their airspace?
You're not going to live to write a book about that.
Hey, Kelly. Seriously, you can get Violet's phone number, unless we talk to Michael or get some information on him, or if she wants Dimitri and I to come over one day just to check on her. One of those two things. I don't want her back on the air right now.
I finally got Michael's phone number.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
It took a little bit.
Okay. Then let's free her up. Tell her I'm going to talk to Michael. I'm going to call Michael off air. I'm not going to put this poor guy on the spot.
Okay.
Say Mark or Dimitri is going to call up and talk to Michael.
Okay,
and then we'll
I'll
reach
text
back
you
out
both-
to her.
Then I'll text you both the phone number.
Okay. You want to do that?
Dan, Michael's attorney was the one who was writing up this power of attorney. If Michael is involved in something nefarious, does the attorney have any liability in this matter?
If he knew.
Yeah, it could be a problem.
Good.
I don't think, to be quite honest, I don't think there's anything nefarious. Although, I'll tell you, you were here that day when she called in with me. There was red flags everywhere. But when Suzanne and I talked to her in the car when we were going to actually head over there, or, the next day, I don't know. We got to check it out. But last time we went to check it out, she canceled it the last second. So it was like...
It's weird. Yeah, you need to go check it out. I think it's nefarious. This young guy getting a power of attorney from her.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what does someone do? No kids.
Yeah.
I mean, who becomes their power of attorney? Think about it.
Well, normally
The one thing I'll say about Michael that she said is he was a volunteer with the VA. She found him through the VA. She called up the VA because her husband was a vet and then basically got the information and they sent Michael over to help her get groceries or whatever it was.
Well,
that's where the
good.
relationship
That's better
started.
than-
So you got to believe somebody that's
He didn't seek
active
her
military, and actually out there volunteering their time to drive around spouses of veterans. I mean, it's just, there's something, All right, 303-713-8255. We're going to figure out, kind of off air. I'll keep everybody on air abreast to what's going on with Violet as we find out. But we did get Michael's phone number. We're not going to hit this guy on the radio. Dimitri's going to reach out and talk to him. I want to say something about Michael, though, when he first called in. And, guys, I'm saying this real quick because we're right up against the music, so I'll hit the phones, I promise, right after this. But he was actually sent out by the VA's office. He was a volunteer and got sent out, so I'm not sure there's anything nefarious there. But we are going to get to the bottom of it and make sure Violet's okay more than anything. All right, I promise. Peter, Michael, Colleen, you're up next. One line open, 303 Martino.
Of course. I just need you to take a couple breaths for me so you don't. Okay?
I talked to Tom.
What's going on?
So we were up and I was with Suzanne there and I was thinking, you know what, he's bringing his kid to college this week. And, after all the cancer and he's finally at the last stage of getting rid of all that shit and all the good news. And I was thinking, because at first he wasn't going to be able to make this drive with this kid. They were actually going to have Kelly's kid that lives in Arizona. Yeah, pick it up and drive it out or whatever that looked like. But when he was able to do that, I was thinking, I wonder if they're having a good time and where they're at because they left yesterday. So I texted him. I said, hey, how are you guys at? He called me back instantly. He sounded so good.
Really?
He sounded better than I've heard him in, oh my God, since January. Literally, since December, to be quite honest. Wow. He was upbeat. It was evident him and his kid were having a good time. He's going to buy a Tesla now for the 100th time. He goes, this self-driving, I've never seen anything like it, Mark. It just does everything. And they were talking about they were going to hit the embassy suites there and they were going to do this. And it was just, I got off that call and I said to Suzanne, I said, man, I haven't heard Tom like that literally since last year, pre-cancer bullshit.
That's good, Mark, because I thought that'd be kind of a tiring trip for him.
It might be, but I mean, I am so glad he got to do this. That's a big deal, man. We dropped our girl off up at law school. I mean, she did her first 3 years or whatever it took her to get her master's at or bachelor's at, what is it?
Oh, the one on Santa Fe?
No, what is Metro?
Metro.
So, I mean, so she lived at home. I mean, so she was home. It was like high school, basically. Well, we dropped her off at law school. She gets her results on the 18th for the bar. She's the youngest in Wyoming. The kid reached out to her through a friend from school going, is she going to get, because she's working for Dan Kaplis, but he goes, is she going to get barred in Wyoming? And she's like, I don't know why. And he's like, well, I was the youngest, but if you get barred, you'll be the youngest ever there. So I paid her, I think it was $500. I paid the $500 to make sure she got barred in Wyoming.
But that's a milestone.
But what turned out even cooler about it is Dan took on some cases now in Wyoming. And I don't think he's barred there, so she'll go up there and file everything. So she'll start doing Wyoming stuff.
Oh, that'll be good. She already has work through Kaplis.
Oh, she's working on stuff right now.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, I won't talk about that kind of stuff. Not on air, but she's working on one with him that's just crazy, man.
Got a crazy one, huh?
Crazy. It'll be in the news in the next couple weeks everywhere.
Really?
Yeah, everywhere.
Find out.
I mean, I don't mind just telling you the basics of it. It was Glenwood Springs, and this kid gets on this ride that basically drops down. You know, you've seen these rides. They go up and drop down.
Was it a drop line or something like
Yeah,
that?
they didn't buckle the kid in, and the kid died on the ride.
Zip lines. Is it zip line? Is that what they call them?
No, it wasn't a zip line. It was like Elitch's, that one that goes way up in the air.
I hate that ride. It drops you like a rock.
Tower of Doom.
The Tower of Doom. But this is kind of the opposite because you go down into the ground. So you start at ground level, I guess, and you go down into the ground and up. But it's nothing like the Tower of Doom. The kid was like 6 or 7. I mean, they're not going to put a 6 or 7-year-old on there.
Yeah,
but I mean, it was all over the news when it happened. But it's been a couple years, and now that the trial's getting ready to start, it's going to be popping on the news left and right again.
Did just Tom and his kid go on a trip to Arizona?
I think maybe stepdad is with them. That's what Suzanne said. But when I was talking to him on speakerphone, I don't know. He didn't say anything. He turned out to be a good guy, actually.
Is his stepdad a good person?
Yeah, he turned out to be a good guy. And I mean, I don't know him from Adam, but Tom's like, you know what he did? He turned out to be a good guy.
That's good.
He was good, you know, when the kids were younger, he was a good stepfather. You ever had anybody argue over custody? Like, say the parents passed away and there wasn't a will and the kids were young, where you have, like, maybe older siblings, or maybe you have, you know, the husband's sister and the wife's brother arguing for custody. How does that, I'll talk about it on air, but I mean, I know when it comes to assets, there's a chain. If there's no will or no instruction, they're basically going to find the fifth cousin if they have to. Yeah. But how does that work? Like, if multiple people want custody of the children and they're all equal, meaning they're uncles or they're aunts. So, I mean, I'll ask you on air.
Okay.
But have you ever dealt with that?
Not personally, but I mean, I've heard certainly of disputes. Yeah.
That's a good reason to have a will, huh, Dan?
Yeah, definitely.
That's the main reason. I didn't even think of that. What happens to the kids?
That's when we first got a will, is when Suzanne was pregnant. We never had a will. That was in our lives the time to get a will. I just always figured my parents would, if we died,
just automatic. Your parents.
My parents would get whatever. Which is actually, I'll ask him that on air too. I assume that's how it would work. Like Miles or Adeline, whatever assets they have now, if they were to pass, I guess they would go to the parents. They don't have siblings. That's what I mean. But if Suzanne and I were divorced, who would get it? That's strange.
That's a good question. If you and Suze were divorced,
and then a child dies that's not married, and doesn't have any offspring.
You'd think it'd be 50-50.
Who sat back and said, okay, it goes this way. This person gets the money. If that person's not there, this person, blah, 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 all the way down to eventually the state can literally get the money, right? I'm not saying it ever happens, but
I mean, it'd probably be in the unclaimed funds.
Really?
I don't think I can't think of a situation where the state would get the money. Yeah.
Did you ever get
I'd roll over in my grave and pull this
I
down.
bet you would, Mark. You know, you'd come out of the grave.
From
to build the bridge.
Mark would come out of the grave.
The Marc Mager Bridge to nowhere.
Every day, they're thanking me for building the pedestrian bridge.
Sprinkle your ashes in the parking lot.
Or set up a little
Mager.
thing. You too can spread his ashes.
Yeah, that's right.
Like one of those, you put the quarter in the machine, you turn the knob,
and it spits
for a
out.
gumball.
Did you guys see that story where I guess we just started sending inspectors out to funeral homes?
Yeah.
Or not funeral homes.
Yeah,
Mortuaries. Yeah.
Same thing.
A morgue.
No, mortuary.
A mortuary.
/ funeral homes. It's the same
Okay,
thing.
so they're generally the same deal.
The one in Pueblo last week?
Yeah, and the guy's like, he's got...
Don't go behind that door.
Did you hear that
He
story?
said it was okay.
No. Oh my God, I'll tell that real quick. It's crazy. He knew the inspector was coming. It's the part I just can't fathom. He puts a little sign up. Imagine being in a restaurant and the health inspector comes in,
is
and
the
you got a sign on the
Troubleshooter Show.
kitchen door that says, "Please
Tom
don't
Martino.
enter."
That's why he put a lock on it.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, try to make your life a little bit better. We're talking life and death today, actually. We're talking about estate planning, asset protection with Dan McKenzie. And we were talking during the break on a lot of different scenarios, and I've got a lot of questions for Dan I'm going to dig into, but I promise I'd get right to the phones. We have one line open, 303-MARTINO, 303-MARTINO. Now, first up, Colleen. Michael, you're second. Colleen, I recall something about this call from Habitat for Humanity. It wasn't like they built you a home, but you got a loan that they backed in order to upgrade the house?
Yes, it's a program that they have.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. So I just want people to understand what this program is, because I never heard of it before. So how do you qualify for it? I realize it didn't work out great for you, but give me an idea how the program is supposed to work.
It sounds like a great program. What they do is if, you own your home and they come in and they basically fix up the important things. In my case, the roof, the siding, the doors, windows, the standard things. I think some people get furnaces, important stuff. And then, so you run a loan against the value of your home, and you don't have to make regular payments or anything like that, and they're not charging interest. It's just due and payable if you sell your home, if you die, et cetera, et cetera. They put a lien against your property.
So eventually you do pay them back. But if I recall, right, eventually you do pay them back.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. But what happened with her, if I recall, and my memory is not perfect, but I do remember thinking, wow, what a strange deal. They actually suggested a contractor, right? Because they they have to be an approved contractor, like on a list?
Yeah. It's they
Habitat's
hand you a list and say.
So it's Habitat's contractor.
They approved it, and they sent the contractor out to her house to start the work.
Were you on this case?
Yes, I worked it back. She called in on July 28th, and I've been. What happened?
Well, hold on. How bad were the problems?
Significant. She needed a new roof.
So they did the roof, and they need a new roof.
They did the roof, but they didn't finish it.
Like how much? What does that mean?
They stripped.
They didn't put any roofing on.
Wait a minute. They stripped it down and walked away?
Right. Yeah.
Did the guy die? Did the roofer die?
No.
Well, what happened to him? How does he just leave a roof naked?
Habitat fired him.
So when they fired him, did they send another contractor to do the roof?
No, they didn't.
Tell me you have a roof right now, please.
I don't.
You don't, Colleen. This is crazy. So they sent out the contractor. Wait. You did not pick the contractor. Habitat did.
Yes.
They say that I had the ability to pick the contractor, but I was only given one choice.
Okay, well, okay, fair enough. I mean, that's fine. So they come out, they start tearing it off. Did this roofer get fired because of other jobs, or was it have something to do with yours? Why did they terminate the relationship?
It was something about his insurance on his employees or something.
Yeah, he probably simply didn't have the right coverage.
In the end, right, and in the end, it didn't really have anything to do with my job in particular or anything like that. He's done lots of work
Okay,
for
so
them.
this is what it is in a nutshell. Habitat Humanity picked this contractor, sent the contractor over to Colleen's house. He tore the roof shingles off, right? And he took the window. He replaced the windows, but he didn't put the framing around the windows, so the windows are not settling in right. And they replaced the door, but they didn't build a frame around the door. And this has been going on for what, about 6 months to a year?
But hold on, I'm missing this part of it.
Right.
Okay.
Did they pay the guy up front or something? In other words,
I think that he's the general contractor, okay? But he also was doing all the work himself.
yeah, but what happened to the money? You weren't paying the contractor. Habitat was, right? Did they pay him in full? Are they saying we already paid all the money you borrowed?
I don't think so. I think he sent me a letter when he sent me an email after he got fired, and he said, he was sorry, this is a mess, he doesn't know what they're going to do about it, but he's out.
Okay, so where does it stand right now?
Here it is. They paid him for what work was done, and Habitat for Humanity is supposed to send Colleen out another contractor to finish the job, and now it's getting to be winter time. She needs to get this
what is have you talked to somebody there?
So this is why I had her call in. I called the local Habitat for Humanity in her county, Emilio Gonzalez. I've left him 6 messages. He will not respond to me. Then I called the Denver headquarters of the Habitat for Humanity, and they just can't. Mark, I've left them, each of these people, 6 messages. I cannot get a return call, so my goal here is to convey this to our listeners to see if they could help us and who to contact.
Colleen, who is the main person at Habitat that's in charge of your project as far as you know? I don't mean a contractor. I mean whoever we reach out to. Is that the Gonzalez guy?
Emilio Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I hesitate blowing this guy up. I mean, it's Habitat for Humanity, for God's sake.
Exactly.
I would like to have.
It doesn't seem right. They have a board of directors that has contacted me since then. I got an email basically that said, we're looking into it, we'll get back to you. Well, that was 3.5 weeks ago. And so
Can you find a contractor?
Again.
Are you, where do you live? Watch, she probably lives on top of Vale. Where do you live?
I live in Delta County.
Where is that?
So just south of Grand Junction.
Oh, is that part of the problem here, guys?
Well,
I don't think so, because they have an outlet in Montrose. So, it's just Habitat. It should be fine. It's not fine.
There's good.
How many messages over what period of time, Bo, have you left with Gonzalez?
I started leaving messages on August 1st. I left I left a message every week. I left 6 to 7 messages.
And nothing back.
Not even a return.
And Colleen, you haven't received a call on our behalf from them, no?
Oh, no, not even on my own. I started calling immediately, and I started emailing immediately. And
all right, I'm going to ask our listeners to do something. I kind of, once again, I hesitate this because it's a good charity. In fact, I met Jimmy Carter in studio in the late 90s, and he was here because of Habitat for Humanity.
Right, and I think they
nicest damn guy ever. I'm not really up on his politics, but I'll tell you what, man, he's salt of the earth. This guy is a good guy.
Yeah.
And he believed in Habitat for Humanity, and they've done a lot of good. That's why I hesitate.
I used to volunteer with them.
We have winter coming up.
I believe in the charity myself.
What is the phone number? Now, what kind of number is it? Is it an office number? Is it the only number we have? I guess all that matters.
I have 2 numbers. I have the number for this Mr. Gonzalez, and I have the phone number for the headquarters at Habitat in Denver.
Okay, why would Denver be over it? Colleen, have you dealt with Habitat in Denver, or they would not even know about this?
I tried. They didn't. They ignored me. But I did get a hold of the national branch of it in Georgia.
And what did they say? They're the ones that said they were going to look into it.
Right. I had a very kind lady who understood my problem. And as I'm telling her, my doors are falling out. I have no siding. I have no roof.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. I want to give out that number, the national number where you talk to the nice lady. And I really do want listeners to call. We have winter coming up. You just heard the story. I don't want you to badmouth them. What we're literally trying to do is set a fire under them so they find her a contractor. We have contractors. I know contractors that will go there, but they're not going to be on this list. If there's something they can do to get on the list quickly, I mean, they're reputable people. They can do all the stuff we're talking about. But I don't know if that qualifies. So what I would like to do is give that number out. What are your thoughts, Bo?
Well, I would like our listeners to call this Emilio Gonzalez.
Okay, you've been working the case.
Guy in this Mesa County that's supposed to be approving and getting this work done.
Let's
I think if we call the national guy.
He's in Montrose County.
Okay.
Let's do it. What's his number?
Okay.
Put his number up, and I'm going to remind people. Now, I'm being serious. You're not calling up some scumbag.
I want to give it out over the air.
But this woman needs help. We are. We're going to give it out right now. But I'm saying I want to type it in here. I'm going to give it out a few times. Listen, people, I really do. I want you to call. YouTubers, call right now. Be nice and polite. Say, hey, we heard this woman call into the show a couple times, Colleen. They fired the contractor. Her roof is not a roof. She doesn't even have shingles up right now. She's missing siding. The windows are basically in, but they're like, there's no trim. There's nothing.
Falling out.
They're literally falling out.
And
the doors have gaps in them.
My back porch got removed. I mean, I have no stairs to my back door. Because they removed the back porch as well. So
my God.
Siding and the gutters. I have no gutters. I have no siding. I have no roof. It's just a mess.
Let's get this
and
guy.
I really thought
We've got it.
A long time ago.
This guy could be buried in all kinds of stuff, and she's at the bottom of the pile, which scares the hell out of me because this is a horrible position.
I don't think I'm at the bottom of the pile anymore.
Well, we need to get her.
Pretty vocal.
We need to light this guy up in a nice way. But I need everybody out there, please. I usually don't beg for people to call, but this is one.
We do.
We've got winter coming up. This is just not a good thing. Mm-hmm. Colleen didn't do anything wrong. And if the guy didn't have insurance, I can understand. They didn't want something to happen. Maybe he didn't have the proper workman's comp. Who knows? I don't care. But it left Colleen in a horrible position. What's the number?
The phone number is 970-626-6189.
And what's the guy's name?
Armelio.
How do you spell that?
I think it's Amerlio.
God, I'm horrible.
Gonzalez.
Armelio. I'm not good at that. I can't roll my tongue. Armelio.
I think it's Emilio is all. I think it's an EM.
Okay, EM?
Yeah, it's EM.
So, Coley, what do you think about us calling the Denver office, too? Or should we just concentrate on...
They never responded to me. I've emailed, I've called, I've got
nothing. They might
and
have zero to do with it, though. It's probably by county.
I'm afraid that's true.
Armelio Gonzalez.
The national office is out of Georgia.
Yeah, well, let's
I would start with the local guy.
I would like people to call up the local guy today, Armelio Gonzalez, 970-626-6189. Right, Bo?
Yes, and our listeners really need to pull together and help us on this because I cannot
winter's coming.
I cannot help her.
I have it raining in my living room at times.
Oh my God. It can do more damage than good. And Colleen, listen, there's nothing you're leaving out, like you threatened to blow him up or something?
No, she's a nice lady.
No, I've never done that. I did tell them that I was contacting you, and I did tell them that because I live on highway, I will put up a banner that says Habitat for Humanity did this. But it's
so weird that it's Habitat for Humanity. It's so weird.
They're not being very habitat-y.
I like them.
I do too. Hold on. Okay, listen, folks. Armelio Gonzalez, 970-626-6189. Be nice. Leave a message. If this guy gets 10, 15, 20, 50 messages, he's going to have to look into it. If we don't get any word back from Armelio, In the next, Bo, I want you to leave another one. In the next couple days, we're going to have to give out the national number and really start getting things going. But this guy sounds like he can get the ball moving today.
It's in his territory.
And if he doesn't, once again, tell him, say, hey, if you don't have contractors, the troubleshooters have contractors that are great. They can get permits pulled. They can do whatever needs to be done to get this job done. What do they need to do to help this poor woman? Colleen, I appreciate your call. Michael, you're next. Peter, you're after that. 303 Martino. One line open, 303 Martino. That's bonkers. It almost seems like we're missing something.
I don't think so. I've been working on this since the 28th of July.
I mean, how can they just leave her there with no roof and stuff? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. I wonder if that's covered by our insurance.
Hers?
Yeah.
I doubt
Somebody came, took my roof off. Is that?
Yeah, he stripped it off.
Because they're going to say she hired him. And it wasn't an insurance claim.
He was doing a good job, but they fired him. They threw him off the job.
You know what? Let's ask Brian Burns. I can't imagine in a million years her own coverage would cover this, but that would be a hell of a great answer.
It's raining inside our house.
Hey, get Brian Burns on for me, too.
I'm going to grab a water. You want something, Dan?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Mark?
RedRocksRS.com. If you need anything with solar, commercial, residential, these are your guys. Brooke is the owner. She is so good at what she does. Everything is in-house. The sales arm, the installation, the service, the repair, they do everything. If you have an existing solar system and you're sick of the company you were working with, or they went out of business and you need some warranty work, or you need anything done, give Brooke a call. If those panels are under warranty, she'll work with the manufacturer. The other thing is she can do battery backups. She can do commercial systems. A lot of times she can get a commercial system paid 100% with grant money from Colorado and the feds. RedRocksRS.com, RedRocksRS.com. Sheridan Auto Tech, Uncle Kevin, you hear him here almost every Friday. You're looking for that place to get your car maintained? SheridanAutoTech.com. You're looking for that place to repair a problem the other guys can't figure out? SheridanAutoTech.com. Nationwide warranty on everything they do through the Napa system. That is a 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty. Go to the best, SheridanAutoTech.com. It's such a pleasure working with you, Shannon. You just fire on all cylinders. That's what I love. And Kelly, you too. Dimitri? 2.
But 2 means...
Damn it, 1.
Yeah, you know what that means.
12.
1 is Dimitri's right.
1 is Dimitri's right.
2 is Mark is wrong.
Yes. Who's on 8? Oh, that must be Burns. No? Yeah, who knows? Armelio. So, I've told this story before, but I'm sitting there next to Carter, and it was Peter Boyles, and I was in with Peter, and here comes Secret Service, the whole bit, man. So, eventually it's just 3 of us. The room is so much smaller. The whole room is about the size of where he is in there. And I'm sitting next to him.
Did the Secret Service come in the studio too?
Yeah, they just eyeballed, nothing big. But there was one outside the whole time.
Okay.
And then what happened was, he goes, oh, can I get a cup of coffee? And I was like, oh, I'll go get you a cup of coffee, Mr. President. So,
really, Mr. President.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Yeah. So I leave and I go down to the break room, and there's no coffee cups. There's not one. And this was on this was at 13th and Lawrence downtown. And the studio was on the very top, probably 30-story building or something. Yes, he had to take an elevator all the way up. Well, down in the lobby, there was a coffee cart. And I'm not coming back without a coffee. It's not going to happen. Right. So I'm like, damn it. So I got to piss. So I go into the bathroom to piss before I get on the elevator, go down and buy him a cup of coffee. As I'm standing at the urinal, I look down. There's a coffee mug down in the corner.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, huh. Some bitch. Someone left coffee mug in the
bathroom?
down under the urinal. So I pick it up.
Never get me coffee.
Did you wash it off?
I washed the hell out of it. I scrubbed it, soaped it. It was spotless. I would drink out of it. I would serve anybody.
What a great story.
So I get it, and I go back, and I filled up with coffee, and I walked back in and said, "Here you go, Mr. President." And then I sat there, and I kind of watched him drink it over the next 15 minutes going, this is going to make one hell of a story someday.
God sure as hell is. Did he just have it black just black only?
I don't remember. He was such a nice guy, though.
Now, was he president at the time? Oh, okay.
No. He lived pretty old, didn't he?
He just passed away, I think, last year.
Yeah, he was
90s. I would think.
He was
99.
That's remarkable.
But he
seemed like I don't think he was a very good president. But
they just kept his body ticking.
See, I was too young. All I can do is go off of gas prices and inflation when he was president. It didn't affect me. I was a little kid.
I was in high school.
All right, 303-713-8255-303 Martino. We have two lines open. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of, or any questions you have on estate planning, and we've been talking a lot about that. I'm going to go to Michael here in a second, but Dan McKenzie, let me ask you something. We all know if there's not a will, we've all heard a nightmare story to where if there's no will, that eventually the state might get your money. In other words, let's take a woman like that woman they called first hour. No kids, husband's passed away. Let's say no siblings. Parents, of course, are deceased, and there's no will. My understanding is they're going to look for what? A cousin? Like, who do you look for if there's no siblings, no children, and everybody else, the peers, are dead?
There's an order. You just go out, so you go down, look for brothers and sisters. There aren't any there, you said. No nieces and nephews. Then we go out to...
Who does this?
I mean, somebody's got an interest in this stuff. I mean, if there's something out there, like a house
someone's going to have an interest.
Somebody's got a mortgage company.
Yeah.
Property tab. I mean, that's like creditors can start this process. It does not need to be family. And if creditors start the process, then we got to figure out, okay, who's going to do this job? And if there's no one obvious, every county has a professional,
like a trustee,
that will step in and handle these things, and they got to go out and find the family.
Now, if it's not financial, so it actually going to the state, like you were saying during the break. I mean, going into like the general fund is not going to happen. It might go into the Escheats or Eschutes, whatever fund it is.
Yeah.
In Colorado, it's called the Great Colorado Payback or whatever. So it might go into that, but I mean, it's not going to go into the general fund at the best of your knowledge.
No.
How about people that literally leave stuff to a cat? Is that even real? Can you leave something to a cat?
You can set up a trust for the care of the cat. You cannot leave stuff to the cat.
The cat can't make decisions.
Correct.
And I would assume the cat can't be its own trustee.
Leona Helmsley famously left $2 million+ to her. I forget what it was. Some
cat
sort of
trust.
A dog that she used to carry around in her bag.
And it was like, really, the dog got $2 million in care.
This is a famous case that you read in law school.
God bless.
As you can imagine, there were family members out there who would have received it if she had not done it. They were not happy.
Talk about sticking it to your kids. If you leave everything to a pet, you must hate your kids.
Yes.
I mean, that is the extra. That is the FU if I've ever heard one. Now, we understand money then. There's a flow. So you've got siblings, kids, whatever it is, the flow of eventually they're going to find a relative, I would guess. In fact, they probably always find somebody, right?
I mean, you've got investigators out there that do that kind of work.
That's their deal.
Relatives.
Now, let's say a young couple that's got a child and they don't have a will and the kid dies. Now, I'm not going to use that scenario. That's too depressing. Let's change it a little. Let's say you got an older kid that's out, owns a house, making money, has some assets, but he's not married, and he doesn't have any siblings, or she doesn't have any siblings, and the parents are divorced. You follow?
Yeah.
So when that person passes, if something happened, where would the assets go? If he has no kids, I would think generally they go to the parents. But if the parents are divorced,
they'd split
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, how about if that person had a child and died?
Okay.
Who gets the kids? Let's say mom wants the kid, or, the 25-year-old's mom wants it and the dads want it. They're divorced. There is no will. Who gets custody of the child?
I mean, even with the will, there's going to be a court hearing. The court does not just accept the instructions in the will sight unseen. They're not sending some kid to some place just because a will said it. But the will get you a long way there. But even, if there's no will, no instructions, then the court has to figure it out. And obviously,
it's going to be in the best interest of the kid.
It's going to be in the best interest of the kid, but that can be hard to do in one court hearing,
That's got to be really hard.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that you would think when most people are having a kid or are pregnant for that matter, you would get a will if you haven't had one. I mean, that's what got Suzanne and I to get our first will, was basically when she was pregnant. In fact, we actually owned a house when we were like 21 and 19. We bought our first house, but we never did a will. I just figured if we both died, if one of us died, the other would get it. Mm-hmm. And then if we both died, my parents would get it. I mean, it was pretty cut and dry to me. But as soon as she got pregnant, then it's like, oh man, we got to figure out what this is all about. Because is that where most people start thinking about a will, young people?
Yes. I mean, we get a lot of people in who have kids who are, in their teenage years, like, we've been thinking about this since, we got pregnant. So yes, and
a simple will's not a big deal. I mean, really, it's not very expensive. I'm not talking a trust with someone with a lot of assets or asset protection, but I'm talking a young family starting up. You can do a simple will for them.
Not really.
No.
No. Once you got kids involved, you've got some trust planning there, right?
Oh, okay. Because the kid's there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very, very, very interesting. And then I guess another milestone is, so you set that up there, as the kids become adults, it's time to really start thinking about everything again.
Yeah.
Because now you might be thinking of that asset protection, the Medicaid. You might start thinking about, okay, well, this kid's done more. You might want to switch stuff up.
Yeah, you have a lot more information. And now you don't need trust planning necessarily. If the kids have grown up and you're confident in their abilities, maybe you don't need a trust now. So actually, that's the area where...
you'll talk to people. I mean, if they go to, what's your preferred, the 833CO plans? That's so easy.
Yeah.
So 833CO plans, what I really like about what Dan does too, you can call him up. He's going to talk to you and basically come up with a fixed price in most cases. That's not going to be for like court and probate and stuff, right? But I mean, if you're talking a will, a trust, you call him up. He's going to tell you what you need. He'll go over why you need it, give you different ideas, but then you're going to give him a price.
Correct. You're
not going to say, okay, it's $500 an hour or whatever it is. I mean, it's really a flat rate price.
Yeah.
And that is the coolest. I mean, an attorney with flat rate pricing. So if you have to get it updated, and I guess another trigger, and then I promise I'll go back to the phones, but I like educating people out there. Another big trigger would be a divorce or a remarriage, right?
I mean, any change in marital status and any change in your family, either through birth or death, are all triggering events.
How about when you move? Like if you do a will for me here or a trust for me here, and Suzanne and I move to Florida, do we got to get a new will? And if we don't get a new will this one still work?
It will very likely be honored if it was validly executed here. But yeah, every state has a different probate process and a different trigger for that.
You might have like homestead issues.
Yeah, it can be a good idea. You probably should.
So people that move here, some from California or from wherever, it doesn't matter. They should actually probably give you a call and at least, if anything, at least have a phone call about it.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Peter, what's going on with this HOA?
Hello, thanks for taking my call.
You got it, sir.
I'll try and be brief. I know how you people have to work through people. We live in an HOA. It's a townhome, and we have window wells, and they are failing. And
they're failing like crumbling? How are they failing?
Well, they're rusting through.
So it's galvanized steel.
Pulling away. Pardon me?
It's galvanized steel, I assume.
I'm not sure what it is. They were rusting through.
Are they regress?
With Rust-Oleum a couple of times.
Peter, are they regress windows?
They're not brick or anything.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
And so anyway, they're failing.
Okay.
They're rusting through. And we need to desperately to be replaced because aside from the rusting, they're pulling away from the foundation. Okay?
Got it.
That being said, we need some that need to be replaced. and we asked about one about 10 months ago, have not heard back, and that's our fault. We didn't follow up.
Now, when you say asked about one, I'm a little confused here. How does this tie in with the HOA? Why can't you simply hire somebody? Are you saying the HOA is responsible for this?
Yeah, that's where it gets convoluted.
Okay.
Part of the covenants, and I did look over them, say that everything outside of the unit is common elements.
Yeah, your drywall in is you.
And then they have all the things that are not common elements, that being things that only affect one unit, which would be these.
Yeah, of course.
However, they had been replacing them. And now they decided they're not going to replace them.
I got it. Hold on a second. 303-713-8255. I got to take this break, but Peter, I'll pop you right back up. Then, Mike, you're next. Brian Burns, too. We're going to bring him up. Brian, you just heard Peter's question. I'd be curious on the insurance about that. I realize he's saying they're old and rotting, but when we talk about the HOA, should they be covering these? If they did cover them for a lot of people and all of a sudden decided not to, my gut says they can decide not to, and it's all going to come down to the covenants. But we're going to dig into that and a lot more in a second.
Wonder if they realize they're not responsible for doing it.
If they don't,
like if they said, "Hey, we're not responsible for this."
I can't imagine they're too much.
I never heard of one.
DenverEgress.com. Huh.
I'll use the restroom.
You know, a personal approach to personal injury, that's John Fuller. I've used John Fuller twice in car accidents. One, Susanna and I got T-boned. The other one, our daughter Adeline got rear-ended on 25. You know, both times he acted like the quarterback. That's kind of what I really loved about him. When you want to talk to John, you can call John. He's got a great team around him, but when you want to talk to the attorney, you're going to talk to John. You're even going to get his cell phone number. But what was remarkable is he got us policy limits in both cases. Every nickel of insurance the at-fault driver had, we got, which you can't get better than that. Then he went to the ambulance company. He went to the chiropractor. He went to everybody involved with the aftercare and got the bills down to put more money in our pocket. Put this number in your phone, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500, or call Fuller.com. fixmyhome.com. I think Dimitri is talking to Michael, so that'll be interesting. Hey, Shannon, you know what commercials I haven't heard for a while? Can you hear me?
Something about your prostate?
No. The J.D. Bywriter.
Okay.
I just haven't heard him. Who's the one, too, where...
J.G. Wentworth?
J.G. Wentworth. That's the one I was thinking of.
It's a good one.
Yeah, usually as the financial situation in the country starts going down, he pops up left and right.
Do you have a structured settlement?
Yep. He'll buy you out of that structured settlement or annuity or whatever. Life insurance. You won the lottery and decided to take the long payout, he'll come in and help you.
That's got to be ridiculously profitable for them.
Oh, my God. Guaranteed money coming in exchange for a little bit of time? Hell yeah. I always wondered, like, if you sold your life insurance policy to these people that are saying if you've got $100,000 or more, we'll buy your life insurance policy. I always wondered, like, what do they buy a $100,000 policy for? 10 grand? I mean, I have no clue.
Even if it's 60 or 70.
Yeah.
They're making 30 they didn't have yesterday.
That's true, but it also depends how quick that person's going to croak, you know?
Yeah. But they can list it among assets and leverage God knows what with it.
You know what? That's a hell of a good point. They sure can. That is an asset that will definitely come to fruition. All right, 303-713-8255. We have got a lot cooking today. In fact, Dimitri, I'm hoping, is talking to Michael. I'm going to go directly back to Peter. He's got a problem with his HOA, and I got Brian Burns listening in. But Peter, so basically the HOA, in the covenants, it says that basically you're responsible for it. I understand that they have done... No? Okay, go ahead.
It's a little convoluted. In one paragraph, it says HOA is responsible for everything outside of the unit. Then we go into the list of exclusions.
Yeah.
And the list of exclusions
say anything that only one unit benefits from.
And pardon me?
And the exclusion that you're pointing out, it says one of the exclusions is if only one unit benefits.
Are not necessarily covered by the HOA.
Yeah.
And limited common elements, meaning those that are available not to everybody. Like common elements are things that everybody has access to. Limited common elements are things that only affect a singular unit.
Peter, and it makes sense to me that by the language you're talking about, that they don't have to replace it. You would be...
and that makes sense to me, too, except they had been replacing them.
Yeah, well, they stopped.
For 20 years.
But they stopped.
And they stopped.
That sucks for you.
Can they do that?
Yeah, they can do that.
Mark, I think they stopped because the HOA realized that they were not responsible for doing any further replacements.
Well, I'll tell you why I think they stopped, because insurance on condos has gone through the freaking roof, or on townhomes, everything. Any of these joint properties has gone through, and their budget probably sucks, and they can't afford to really do it anymore. Why did they tell you, Peter, they quit doing it?
Well, we haven't gotten to that point. We just got to the point where the management company told us that it was the owner's responsibility.
Yeah.
And we've never been notified at any point along the way until, this message comes out.
Hey,
and
Brian Burns, let me ask you something, Brian. I mean, I got you on for a whole different call, but I want to ask you something. What do you make of this? His insurance isn't going to cover it because it wasn't sudden. The thing's rotting. Right. But the HOA being responsible for stuff, on an HOA policy in general, what's it called? An HO6? What is it?
The HO6 would be the individual unit owner's policy. Yeah, is that what you're asking?
Well, that's it. But what is the coverage the common area would be covered by?
Yeah, so the common area is going to fall underneath the HOA policy, which is just your standard. Yeah, it's going to be a policy that has general liability and property. But I have a little different opinion on this one from the HOA perspective.
Go ahead.
I think the fact they have paid for it in the past does cause a problem, unless there's been some communication explaining that this will no longer happen. In other words, if they've made a statement and have come to a consensus, this has been something that's been communicated, maybe that's different, but you can't pick and choose who you're going to cover this for.
Yeah, but
it's kind of like selective enforcement.
Well,
that's not legal.
My understanding from what Peter is saying, though, is going forward, I don't know when forward started, they're simply not going to be covering it anymore. Peter?
Well, but I haven't heard that that's been communicated, that he's understanding in the sense that they're not paying for his, but has this been communicated that, hey, going forward, we're not going to pay this?
Peter?
May I just jump in here?
Yeah, of course.
There has been no communication other than making the request and getting an email from the management company that, no, we're not going to cover this. It's your responsibility.
And we notified them.
I think that would, Brian, to me, that would be the communication.
Months ago.
Well, it's a decline for him, but to me, I would push that a little bit, Mark. I think selective enforcement could be an argument here.
I think that's where you and I are differing. I'm saying I don't think it's selective enforcement. I think if his neighbor had the same problem right now, they're going to tell the neighbor the same thing. Is it the same management company you have had forever, Peter, or is it new?
No, we do have a new management company.
See, the new management company, Brian, can simply have looked through it.
The management company does make decisions. The board makes this decision.
Well, that's
fine. The
fine.
company only does what the board tells them to.
Yes, and the management company probably pointed out to the board, why the hell have you guys been paying for this? I mean, I see what Brian's...
The point I'm trying to make is that you got a management company that says, maybe you shouldn't have been, but the precedent is set. You have been paying.
Right.
Well,
that's where I'm saying they could have problems. I hear you, Mark.
Let's
saying
get Brad O'Brien on.
Now on.
So there's two things here. One, I want to get Brad O'Brien on, but there's two things here. One, if they're going, I want to know if you agree, Brian, and you too, Peter. If they're going forward from now, even though they've done it in the past, and I have no idea why they're going to change it, it could be a million different reasons. But if the rules say that you are responsible for it now, and they're going to hold everybody in the future just like you're responsible for your own window wells, I don't see any problem with it. Now, if they're saying we're not going to do it for you, Peter, but we are going to do it from somebody else, then I do see a problem.
It's on to them, and if you move in, new owners should be informed that they would be responsible.
Well, they are right through the HOA docs. You read it.
Well, again, we have that precedent where they were covering it.
I don't know if that matters. We're going to get Brad O'Brien on.
Yeah, I would say get an attorney, just because to me they may have waived their rights to enforce. They've done this.
We're going to find out. But here's why I had you, Peter, stay on, because I'm going to grab Brad O'Brien for that. But here's what I wanted to ask you, Brian Burns. God, I'm right up against the clock. I'll try to do it real quick here. But we had a woman call, and basically she got a loan, and the loan is backed by Habitat for Humanity. So what they do is put basically a lien on your house, and they give you money to fix it up. And they hired a contractor. The contractor came out, ripped the roof off, ripped the windows out, put the windows half-ass back in. And when I say half-ass, the contractor got fired by Habitat for Humanity for not having the proper insurance, whatever that means. It was probably workman's comp or whatever it is. They didn't have it. They fired him from all jobs. Meanwhile, her roof is leaking because they took the shingles off and there's basically nothing but decking. The windows were never finished. The doors have huge gaps in them. The whole thing is just a crap show. Yeah. So when something like that happens, is there any chance at all, and I'm going to take a break and come back to you because I have to, but your homeowners could cover it? Hold on.
That's a great question.
God, my text is blowing up today. Okay, who do I got here? You know, Nick Gravina, you remember his dad. He goes, Gravinas. These guys are great, though, man. You want to talk about a company with just a great heritage. Their pricing is great. They deal with so many manufacturers when it comes to windows and sliding doors and siding. You're not just beholden to one manufacturer. I mean, just take windows. 20 different manufacturers, 50 lines of windows. They have it for everybody. Their warranty, their people, their installation, and I speak from experience. We hired them to come out and do a sliding door. It went perfect. We love the product. We love the service. You got to check these guys out. Siding, windows, doors, Gravinas.com. Gravinas.com. Joe Lazzara. Here's a guy I hope you never need. You know what he is, right? Criminal defense attorney. We've been talking about Joe. For goodness sakes, I would say 15 years, maybe longer. If you find yourself in a bind, maybe a DUI, maybe you hit one of these new, what are those things called when the cops set up to check for
a DUI checkpoint?
Yeah, checkpoint. Those have been going on big time. Maybe you got caught drinking and driving. Maybe you got an altercation with your neighbor. Maybe domestic violence, child abuse. This guy has done it all. Whether you're guilty or innocent, you have to have a good criminal defense attorney. One, you're going to get the best deal possible. He knows the judges. He knows the DAs. Everybody respects Joe. Two, you're innocent. He can get in front of a jury and prove it. Write down this number. Put it in your phone, 303-429-6200. It's really important. 303-429-6200. Yeah, I saw that on the news, I think, Saturday, that it was like either on like 25 or 70. Actually, I don't even know where it was, but they were showing it on Fox 31. They had a massive checkpoint somewhere.
Wow.
And I was like, wow, I haven't heard of one of those in a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually like St. Patty's Day or something. But just like last weekend, I was like, that's weird.
Not since before the China virus panic.
And they were talking about, too, it was either Fox 31 or 9 News. One of them was talking about they have to put it out on social media. Mm-hmm. They have to advertise that they're having it, where they're having it.
Yeah.
And this stuff I've learned from Joe. And as you're coming up to it, there's got to be warning signs. And you can't have the warning signs so close that you can decide to go a different direction.
Oh, they have to give you
yeah, but they have to give you a legal way too. Let's say a U-turn's not legal because it's I-25. They got to give you an exit or two to be able to exit and go a different direction. You would think if you were a cop, though, you'd be sitting over there going, okay, red Corvette, exited 271, hanging a left, Bob, go tail him.
Yeah. It's called chase cars. Are you looking for me?
No, him. Would you like Brad O'Brien or Stan?
No, Brad O'Brien. My God, Brad O'Brien. Thank you, though.
Not Stan.
Not Stan.
All right, well, I spoke with Violet.
You spoke with Violet. We'll talk about it on air then. Did you reach out to Michael?
No answer. I did try to call. There's no answer over there.
Well, that's good, Dimitri. Does he have voicemail?
I didn't leave him one.
Did he sound like a Jamaican scammer?
Yeah, let me give him a call again.
Yeah, I'd leave him a message. You know what you do is tell him, hey, listen, Violet's called up to the show a few times. We just have concerns.
We'll make sure she's okay.
Yeah, we have concerns. She's always crying and can't.
Really emotional.
Yeah. Hey, do a lot of times when an estate's got some money, do they generally owe the old folks home, for lack of better words, or whatever kind of care, memory care, wherever they were? Is there generally, my understanding is like if it's a 1-year lease and they pass away 10 months into it, do they still owe those 2 months?
I mean, it depends on the lease, I would say. I don't know if there's a blanket answer.
Okay.
On that lease.
It's all down to the paper.
Yep.
Gotta be so weird. Do a lot of those homes, once you move into them, I mean, unless you end up in the hospital or something in it worse, I mean, people don't really own them, right? A lot of the old folks home, they're just rentals.
Correct.
Okay. They're building a huge one by the outlet malls in Castle Rock. So outlet malls going south or on the right, on the left. It is massive, man. And it looks like a nice facility. Huge. 3-4 stories. And I'd say it's going to be hundreds and hundreds of units.
There's money in those places, Mark.
Yeah, I know there is.
That's not investing in nursing homes.
Well, that's what I was kind of asking. I was always wondering if there's any of them that's set up to where you buy it and then you kind of rent it out. But that would be so weird having the nurses and everything else tied in. I don't know how that would work.
There's a place on 470.
All right, 303-713-8255. I left off with Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. We had a woman that basically had a loan taken out. Habitat for Humanity had a contractor leave her high and dry, and Brian understands the circumstance. So now I want to find out if he can think of any way. Hey, I need Brian off hold. Thank you. I need to think of, is there any way, Brian, you can think of that her homeowners would cover this? And anybody out there, not just her predicament. You hire someone to do your roof, they tear it off and leave you high and dry, and a storm comes through and you have damage. Does homeowners step in?
Cover the damage caused by the storm. In other words, if there was water damage inside the house or something like that occurred, they would be responsible for that. The insurance would have to step in and pay for that.
Got it.
What the insurance wouldn't pay for is to replace the roof.
They wouldn't pay for the roof, but any damage caused by lack thereof a roof, and same with windows. I get it. Hey, Brian, I appreciate it. Compass Insurance, these guys are great. Quite Compass.com, a lot cooking. We'll be right back. Mike, Andrea, Peter, hold tight.
That was quick. So basically, the insurance, Mark, will just cover for the damage in her house.
Yeah, so if the roof, I already knew the answer to this. If the roof's torn off and it rains and the rain comes in and ruins the wood floor is going to be covered, but the roof is still not covered. So anything she would put in now would be ridiculous until she gets the roof done.
Right. Well, hopefully.
And we're assuming she has insurance. I would assume that someone loaning money on the house, like Habitat, there's going to be insurance in place.
Yeah.
Brad is unavailable all day.
Oh, that sucks. All right. So let's...
Do you want to do Sam?
No, we're going to get Peter. I want this. No, I definitely don't want Stan. I need a lawyer. So I want to have Peter come back on tomorrow with Brad. But in the meantime, I want Peter to send the HOA doc that talks about the exclusions to me, or to you, I should say, to help.
Yeah.
And also then you send them over to Brad. Yep.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Do you want me to call Peter, Mark, and talk to their HOA? Just ask them point blank, hey, why aren't you covering it?
Yeah, I'd like to see the language.
Speaker hasn't done it.
Yeah, I don't mind putting you on it at all. What's interesting about it is I just differ from anything, say, Brian said. I mean, as long as going forward they're not going to cover it, I don't care if they covered it in the back. I don't know why that would be an excuse.
Well, you brought up a very good point about the insurance. Everything's so sky high with HOAs. They may not have the money to do it.
If they had a management company or had a bad board or somebody that didn't realize they didn't have to cover it. If you lived in a condo and you're on the second floor and didn't have a window well, and your neighbor did have a window well that you have zero benefit from, the window well that he has is only for his basement. Hell, you don't even have a basement. Right. I mean, do you want to pay or chip in for his window well?
Based on that scenario, no.
I wouldn't. No. Would you?
I wasn't listening.
Okay, if you're in a condo and the people on the first floor have a window well, and you're on the second floor, you don't have a window well.
Yeah, I'm not paying for their window well.
Why would you want to have to chip in your HOA funds to pay for his window well?
Specific to that unit.
I think they made a mistake by just replacing them to begin with, and then the new management company said, hey, why are you guys replacing these windows?
Yeah, you don't have to. We read through your docs. This isn't something you guys have to be replacing.
I think that's what it boils
I can't go number 2 anymore.
I've never seen a window well rust out.
Depends how old they are.
They're heavy, corrugated, galvanized, unless it's
aluminum or steel. They're probably aluminum. They're definitely not steel. I was thinking of the ladders.
I think they're all galvanized, corrugated galvanized.
Yeah, you're right.
And they're thick. I mean, they're like a 1/4 inch, 3/8 inch thick. I've never seen one.
I did commercials for Denver Egress for a long time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, their sales model.
I know them.
Their sales model was so good because I had no idea how many people out there built like a bedroom in their basement that it's a non-conform bedroom at that point. And really, that's all they did was advertise to people. And at the time, this is probably 10 years ago, I actually had a basement in Castle Rock that was non-conformed. We just never thought to put in the egress.
Do you need it in order to sell the house?
To list it as a true bathroom or a true bedroom.
You have to do it.
You can't go like 4-bedroom. A realtor won't let you. But it's very obvious. You can still sell it, you just don't call it a bedroom. It might have a dresser and a nightstand and a bed. But I'll be damned, that's my family room, please. When we would stay at Suzanne's uncle's house in Missouri, it was a trip, man. So the guest room was downstairs in the basement, and it was 4 walls. It was like there was no windows, no door. Well, there was a door to get into it, but it was like a bedroom surrounded by 4 brick walls in the basement. And I remember thinking, geez, man, if this thing ever caught on fire, there is no escape route. I mean, if the fire is right outside the door, you will catch on fire.
You'll catch on. Trapped rat.
They also had, which was really crazy, the house was probably built in the 90s, and the guy built it, her uncle. He was a contractor. It had a cesspool. So they had an above ground
cesspool?
Yeah, they had an above ground septic. So probably
like uncovered
like
a pond of
dude,
shit?
It was like green bubbling shit.
Oh,
and it was crazy. And you could have them above ground like that. It didn't smell or anything. You would think it would
How
be.
How can it not smell?
Yeah, it just didn't. I don't know why it didn't. It was kind of far from the house. I mean, I never walked up to it to smell it, but it was big.
Did it have
too.
like frogs and shit in there with salamanders?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't walk up to cesspools in general. I try to make that like life rule number 4. Yeah. Stay away from cesspools.
I haven't even heard
what could be more important than that? What could be more important than
Don't jump off cliffs without parachutes.
Yeah, all right. A cesspool. I didn't know there was such a thing as cesspool. I've heard the term before.
Yeah, it's literally an above ground septic system.
Are they deep?
I don't know.
Man, that smells so good.
But it was done by design. I mean, they literally design them. It's an above ground septic. And it was huge. Absolutely big, massive. In fact, I don't even know if you have a leach field. So it's not engineered. I don't know how it works.
Does it just kind of evaporate out and you add more water to it? Or
I don't think you got to add water to it. I think
to kind of dilute it down?
Well, think of all the showers and everything that goes down the drain all ends up in the cesspool.
Dishwasher, you're right.
Oh, Dan, sorry to talk about it while you're eating.
Yeah, Dan.
We talked
Do you have some more cesspool stories?
Yeah.
While you're eating the leftovers? The salamanders.
You want to hear my porta pot? No. There's someone working with you, a follow-up, Amy.
Yeah, it's a nasty one.
Okay, Andrea, HOA board has comments. That's good.
Okay.
I totally disagree on the premise. Tell me from a legal mind, Dan. So something isn't enforced. It doesn't even matter why, by accident. But for one period of time, the HOA goes ahead and pays for window wells. Then all of a sudden they decide we're not going to pay for window wells anymore. And the language in the HOA documents say they're not going to pay for them. The fact that they did pay for them at one time, I don't think means they have to pay for them in the future.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think? They're saying they set a precedent. I'm saying, no, they probably made a mistake and thought they were supposed to be paying for them.
Right. Yeah.
The muscles on the right, and more on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW. Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. The bottom line is this. If you need advice, we have a list of people at referrallist.com, our own knowledge, of course, and just great people around the country that can help you. In fact, sitting next to me, one of our referral list members, attorney at law, Dan McKenzie, when it comes to estate planning, when it comes to probate, when it comes to wills, trusts, asset protection, this guy knows everything. You have any questions for Dan, it's a great time to call in. I'll let you know when a line's open. But 303 Martino. The other thing, please help at troubleshooter.com. You can email us anytime. There's 3 or 4 of us that are always looking through the help email. We reach out on weekends. We help. That's why it's help at troubleshooter.com. Also, 303 Martino works on and off the air right now while we're live. Comes to the show later on. It goes to voicemail or we'll answer it. I've been known to answer that line on Sundays sitting in my house. I have a phone that's literally connected to 303 Martino. Here's the deal. Peter had a problem with his HOA. And I just want to recap this real quick because Andrea is an HOA board president and has a comment on it. So I want to get that from Andrea. But we do have a line open, 303-713-8255. Mike, I promise I've seen you bounce around. I'll get you after this. But here's the deal. Think about this. You live in a condo and you're on the second floor. On the first floor, the people that have condos have a window well because they're ground level. The window well at the caller's condo is rotted out, needs to be replaced. It's not storm damage. It's rusty. It's old. Whatever's going on. This has nothing to do with insurance. We already went down that. So in the past, people that were on the first floor that had the same problems, decaying window wells, the management company and the HOA have actually paid out of the HOA. But imagine if you're on the second floor. Imagine if Dimitri lives on the second floor and I live on the first floor and you don't have a window well. Why would you pay for my window well? You get no benefit out of my window well. But more importantly, in the HOA documents, and I know the caller, I'm not saying he's arguing with me, but I think it's cut and dry. It says, and I'm paraphrasing, in the document, the HOA, the covenants actually says if only one unit benefits from it, even if it's outside the drywall, typically on an H6, which is what a homeowner in a condominium would have for insurance, it's drywall in, meaning you're responsible for everything from the drywall in. That's your insurance. Everything drywall out. So generally the roof, the siding, the exterior doors maybe are covered by the HOA. But in his HOA documents, it actually says the exception to that is if only one unit benefits from it, well, it doesn't matter if it's inside or outside, they're responsible.
Which makes perfect sense.
But
right?
of course it makes perfect sense. But the guy's argument is, and we're going to get him on with an attorney tomorrow, Brad O'Brien, but I'm sure of this. In fact, I will eat crow big time if I'm wrong, but he's saying because they bought it in the past for other people, that they might need to buy it for him.
So he's relying on precedent.
Yeah, but there is no precedent. If they made a mistake in the past, and he even acknowledged when I asked him, is it a different management company? Yes. The new management company could have been hired by the HOA because they were bleeding money. And they said, well, here's one thing you don't want to do is pay for these. So they made a decision, we'll no longer pay for them. I mean, because you made a mistake in the past doesn't mean going forward. Now, if they said, hey, we're not going to pay for yours, Doug, but we are going to pay for Nancy's, well, that's selective enforcement. And I don't believe this is selective enforcement at all. What I truly believe is the new management company came in and said, quit paying for that. That's stupid. And going back to the scenario we used, if I was on the second floor, I don't want to pay for something I get no benefit out of. When that's replaced, his condo becomes worth more because whoever buys it doesn't need to do that. Andrea, what do you say? You're an HOA board president.
You guys are going down the correct path, and there is a document that will lay out what each individual townhome or condo association will cover and not cover. And it's called the Maintenance and Insurance Responsibilities and Guidelines.
Andrea, is that by statute? In other words, if you sell a condo, that has to be in there?
Yes.
So there is one for this. Even if this, let's just say this complex, I have no idea what complex it is, but say it's 40 years old. Is that something they still have to have and most likely do have? And then I'll follow up with this. What happens if they don't have it? What happens if it literally just reads like what the guy was saying? If only one unit benefits from it, then it's that one unit's responsibility.
So their articles of incorporation and their bylaws will dictate what is in this insurance and maintenance chart, or some people refer to it as a matrix. And it lists out who's responsible for the maintenance and the insurance of every little nitnoid item, being it owner, O, or A association.
Got it.
And you guys were saying some of the things are ostracized, and you guys were going down the path of if it benefits one unit, the association may fix the item because they want to make sure that it's a vetted contractor and it's done correctly, but then they will bill it back to the individual owner. So in this case, if they have had a new articles of incorporation or a new bylaw at some point, then the matrix will be updated.
Got it.
And the management company should distribute this matrix to the owners. Now, it's an ugly looking document.
I got you. It sounds like it's pretty complex.
That nobody wants to read, but it does lay out black and white
what's covered, what's not, and who's responsible.
And it's not the board's decision as to what is an owner or what is the HOA. It is all dictated based on your articles of incorporation or your bylaws.
Well, I appreciate that information, Andrea.
Yeah, once you understand that, the HOA and the owners' discussions should be pretty black and white.
So going forward, if I'm discussing this with another caller, which will happen, it could happen in an hour, it could happen in a week, Matrix would be the proper word for me to use, that people, at least in the biz like you, would understand what I'm talking about. An insurance company like Compass would refer to it the same way.
Yes. And the management company would know.
Excellent.
And they refer to it as a maintenance and insurance matrix.
Andrea, once again, I appreciate it. That's why I love this show. We've got great listeners out there. I appreciate that call, 303-713-8255. Mike, we're going to have one line open, 303 Martino. Mike, thanks for holding, first of all. I think you dropped off and came back. What's going on?
Well, I'm wanting to make an investment for savings and income. And since Trump has allowed drilling of oil, I found this one place that are debt securities corporate bonds, and they have a rate of return of from 9 to 13% based on number of years. I'm wanting to know three things from you. One, do you know who they are? Do they have are they legit? And are there any more with higher rates of payback? And their name is Phoenix Oil.
I've never heard of Phoenix Oil. So I'm not going to tell you if they're legit or not, because I simply don't know. Now, we could probably reach out to somebody over at Wave 8 and ask them. I know Tom has done quite a bit with gas and oil over the years, and it's really been a pain in his ass. I'll say this, he's definitely made money on it, but when you go to sell, and I'm talking more about royalties than what you're talking about, but, what did you say, 7 to 12%?
No, it's 9 to 13. It goes by 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 years. And I believe they have a Denver office.
Mike, are these bonds that they're trying to sell you, or what is that security actually called?
Debt securities corporate bonds.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're corporate bonds. Well, corporate bonds are rated by bond rating agencies.
What is it rated?
Yeah, well, that's up to Mike to look that up. You can call Wave 8, tell them what the security is called. They can look it up on Morningstar or a whole bunch of other rating agencies.
Do you know what the rating is, Mike?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Just based on yield, I would say these are junk bonds. I guarantee you these are junk bonds, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to hang on to it 5 years, say 13%, that's not astronomical.
But corporate bonds aren't paying. Let me see what the yield on typical corporate bonds is right now. Give me a minute.
How much money are you talking, by the way, Mike?
124 grand. What
are you doing with it right now?
It's in a money market where I'm only getting like 0.04%.
Well, I'm going to give you a little clue on what I would do with it right now, okay? While you're figuring out what you want to ultimately do with it. Schwab's got some stuff that's liquid in 30 days, and it's pulling about 5%. And
I want to leave it in. I don't want to. I'm using it mainly to save for future savings as well. Well, savings right now, but future income when I want to cash out.
But Mike, what I'm saying is, right now you're sitting there making less than 0.5%.
Right.
You can make 5 or 6% with it, like literally, and it's liquid the next day. It's. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. And then determine what you want to do long term. But I'm saying, instead of 0.5% right now, you could move into one of theirs, and I'll look up one of the symbols on it, but it's 5 or 6%. When I park any money in my Schwab account, it automatically goes right into there, and I'm at least making 5% on it. And then it's liquid. If I decide, I want to go invest in a bond, it's liquid within 24 hours.
I'm calling you because I want to get out of the money market and put it in a better rate, like the 9% for the first year.
9% for the first. I
looked something up while you guys were.
Hold on, go ahead, Dimitri.
Yeah, Mike. Here's a typical U.S. investment grade corporate bond right now is yielding 5 to 5.5%. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the lower yielding bonds are in the above 5%. Here's what's called a high yield junk corporate bond. potentially 6.9% or more. So if somebody's offering you 9 or 13%, I'd be really, really weary of what kind of just the degree of junkiness in that bond. Plus, it sounds like you want to remain sort of liquid. So is there any market for these bonds if you do want to get out of Minnesota?
It might take you 8 years to sell them.
Oh, wait. I was told by them that I can cash out each month. It's compounded monthly, not yearly.
Yeah.
And I can get $700.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like the RV lots people call me on all the time. I'm not kidding. They'll be opening an RV park and they want you, and it's like 7% the first year, then 9, then 13, and blah, blah, blah. But it's only as good as the park's going to be built out and filled. If people don't show up, they don't hit oil. And even better than that, they might hit oil or gas, but they don't know how to operate. And if they don't know how to operate, or if something changes, Mike, think about, we're in Colorado. I mean, I'm not sure where this company is drilling or whatever they're doing, but things can change all the time. That's why, is that a junk bond? Did you actually look it up?
Well, I didn't try to find their bonds. It's not clear to me where these bonds are trading.
Hey, Mike, let's do this. Hold on. I want to get Pat. Do you have Pat's number with Wave 8? Kelly, do you have Pat's number? We're going to see if she has it. So hold on. Just hold on, Mike. I want to get Pat on, and let's get the name of the actual bond from him.
Well, but also, we'd like to find out who's trying to sell him these bonds.
Well, he says the company's right here.
Well, can the company itself try to sell him a bond on their own?
I don't know.
Or are they required to go through a broker?
Pat will know that.
Yeah.
All right, hold tight, Mike. And then Amy, I promise you'll be next. A problem with AutoNation. And then Robert, a problem with a landlord. That's happening more than more. Hold tight.
I found their website, but
13%. If you're looking at the average there, and you're talking 5 to 7. And risky shit 7. That's crazy. I mean, his must be insane.
Oh, he even gave us the wrong name. It's not Phoenix Oil. It's Phoenix Energy.
Oh, okay. I just saw it. Is this it?
Yeah, so it does say 9 to 13% on their website. Our offense.
Kelly, do you have Pat's number? I don't know.
I may. Hang on 1 second.
If you don't, Suzanne will.
I know.
At least I think so. What's up, Dragon?
Hi.
Hey, do you know if Drew can go number 2?
Probably not.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Turns out not.
Your attorney's even dumber than you, Mark.
Well, I found the prospectus for these bonds that you're trying to sell them. It looks like shit. Well, I shouldn't say that yet.
Wait.
John Fuller Law. John has gotten Suzanne and I and our daughter Adeline maximum. In other words, policy limits in 2 different car accidents where the at-fault driver hit us. Both times, of course, the car was totaled. Suzanne had a broken nose. Adeline had some neck problems. But both times, John couldn't have done better. And not only did he give us every penny of insurance the at-fault driver had, listen to this, then he went to the chiropractor, the ambulance company, the ER, everywhere, and negotiated down the bills to put more money in our pocket. You probably didn't know they could do that. Well, a good attorney does. If you need a personal injury attorney, have any questions, I want you to call John. You can talk right to the attorney. Other places will actually make you go through like an intake and other stuff before you talk to the attorney. But if you've been hurt in an accident, call John. 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500, or call Fuller.com. Now let's talk about another great attorney, Joseph A. Lazara. He's a criminal defense attorney. Assault, shoplifting, DUI. There's a lot of those these days. How about domestic violence, child abuse, murder? If you have been accused of a crime, there's 2 things. 1, you're guilty and you need a great attorney like Joe Lazara to actually go to the judge, the DA, and get the best deal possible. 2, you're innocent. You've been accused, but you didn't do it. You need an attorney that can get in front of a jury and prove to the jury that you're innocent. Joe can do both those things, and he's the best at it. Put this phone number, please, in your phone. You don't want to be sitting in jail at 3 o'clock in the morning and have to Google attorneys near me. You're going to end up with the worst. You want to call Joe, 303-429-6200. We've done the shopping, 303-429-6200. That's Joseph A. Lazera. Vestera Turnkey, we've been talking about Barry Miller a lot. He knows how to find homes that are going to appreciate in a pretty quick time, a year or two. So you buy a home, a lot of times they're brand new homes, from the builder. But he knows that the area that the home's in, let's say it's in Florida, let's say it's in South Carolina, let's say it's anywhere, it doesn't matter. I can tell you right now it's not in Colorado because we're kind of at the top of the pricing on homes. He's looking for areas that growth is coming to, maybe a big corporation or a company or the government's got plans in that area. It's going to bring jobs and it's going to bring a lot of people. That's what he's looking for. Then he's going to find the right management company. That right management company is going to rent it out and you're going to get that check to cash flow every month. And as the house goes up in value, you decide when you want to sell it. It's your house. VesteraTurnkey.com. That's VesteraTurnkey.com. Busy as shit today.
Good.
Good. It's going to make the show go quick.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, especially for like Dan. When it's slower, he gets a lot more love.
That's right.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of funny though? It is the way it is.
Yeah. Normally Mondays aren't slow.
I still can't get over that pizza one. That was so good. I swear to God, that was one of the best calls. He solved this lady wanted $800. And she was probably due to it. So the contractor screwed stuff up, and she kept his tools. She said, you know what? F you.
Yeah.
Go away. I don't care. I ain't paying you anymore, and I'm keeping your shit. So she kept all his tools. He solved it with it wasn't just a pepperoni pizza. It was like a pizza with everything.
And everything, including stuff that Anthony's doesn't offer.
He sent her a pizza, and she put his tools out front to go pick up.
Well, I also mailed her a box of our shitty swag from the break.
Swag that people have given to us from their companies. It wasn't even swag from the show.
Did you get rid of those small frillless T-shirts?
It was swag like, I don't even know, like from Douglas County Sheriff's Office. There was a yo-yo.
I put this like a granola bar from that box in there. And one of the K-cups, one of the coffee K-cups. Kelly had a dusty coffee mug in there.
You really put a K-cup in there.
Because Kelly gave me a dusty coffee cup that she used for paper clips.
It had to be the worst box of swag ever.
The $12 I spent on postage did not cover the value of the shit in it.
Just straight like a Bic pen. Not even like a troubleshooter pen.
You can see like it's halfway down.
And a pizza.
The pizza must have been $50. That was a nice pizza. I think that should be our secret weapon when we have to go nuclear on somebody.
Pizza.
Pizza solves a lot of problems out there.
What toppings she wanted?
Oh yeah, she gave me a list of like 8 toppings, including broccoli. Who the
Broccoli on a
fuck
pizza?
puts pizza on broccoli?
I didn't think that was possible.
Well, it turns out it isn't. Anthony's was like a what?
They had to go to Safeway and go get some broccoli.
So I said, you're not getting, but she did.
Oh, you're not getting broccoli?
She did take one of my suggestions. I said, hey, how about some extra cheese on it? She said, yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, that was good.
It's probably an extra $4 for the extra cheese.
From the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. I was looking on our YouTube. I finally got to eyeball it today. And interesting enough, we were talking about DUI checkpoints. That came up, and someone just reminded me where it was. It was coming out of Blackhawk. I don't know if it was coming down the windy road into Golden or if it was going down the canyon. I'm not sure. But what a place to set it up. Like, oh, my God, you think most people leaving there, I'm not going to say they're drunk, but they probably had a drink. I mean, maybe not. You know, I knew a guy years ago, probably the biggest alcoholic I ever knew. And I mean, this guy was like just a raging alcoholic, but that was before I met him. When I met him, he gave up booze altogether, so I never saw him have a drink myself. But instead of booze, he switched it out for gambling. And this guy would go, and I'm not, no BS here. In fact, my accountant knows him. A lot of people I know him because he had a lot of money. If you drive down I-25, his dad's company was one of the companies that actually built those kind of designed walls where bridges are, really nice cement with design and waves in them. So, I mean, the guy made a lot of money, but, I mean, this guy would go to Vegas and drop $2 million. I mean, we're not talking, when I say a gambling problem, it was absolutely crazy. It's kind of weird thinking people that have addictive personalities, you can give one thing up and pick up something. I mean, who's to say what's worse? I think I'd rather be a lush than broke. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure which way people choose, but it's kind of a crazy thing. Or some people might give up drinking and go to food. I mean, it could be anything, but I don't even know. Oh, I know what made me think about that, the DUI checkpoints. 303-713-8255. Who did I leave off on here, guys? Should we go to... we left off with Mike. But Mike, yeah, are we going to be...
We're trying to get Pat right now.
Okay, tell Mike what we're doing. We're going to try to get Pat on to actually look at that, and Dimitri found the actual company name and found everything to do with it.
I'm reading the prospectus right now.
Excellent. So we've got a lot more information, so hang on, Mike. But I want to get someone that's a certified planner, someone that knows how to look at these, a fiduciary, and actually answer your question. I mean, that's what we do here. And then while we're waiting on that, I do have a question for Dan McKenzie. I heard you talking about children. So if someone doesn't have any assets and isn't married, I mean, basically, here's the question, Dan. Is there a reason to get a will? I mean, who doesn't need a will? I guess that's probably the better way to ask you. If they don't have kids and they live in an apartment and they just have maybe a car and a bank account of X amount, I mean, what do you suggest?
The problem there is just incapacity events, right? If you are alive and have a situation where you need help, actually, because
is that called a living will?
A living will is usually like end of life decisions, but medical power of attorney and financial power of attorney. I mean, if you're an adult, no one can do anything for you without written authorization.
So when we talk about a trust, when I went and did our trust, one of the things they do, and you talk about, is I guess that living will. And power of attorney for financial, just different powers of attorney for health. I mean, that's all part of a trust, right?
I mean, they're different documents, but they're almost always done together.
Yeah, they're always tied together. So I didn't even think about that. So if someone becomes incapacitated and they didn't say, you know, I want the hospital to pull the plug after X amount, or, you know, if I'm brain dead, do this or that. What do they do? Who would make that decision if there isn't?
It can be really tricky, and sometimes people do end up in kind of a state of limbo while they're trying to figure out who is the person who can talk on this person's behalf.
God, that is scary stuff.
Yeah.
So that's something everybody should do. I never even thought about that. Does the parent have the right up until a child's 18 to make all those decisions? The child can't make those decisions.
Correct. But the moment they turn 18, that immediately shuts off. So if you've got a kid, you know, who's graduating from high school, we get horror stories about people getting calls in the middle of the night because they're on the insurance. It's like, I need your insurance number. Your kid is in the hospital. Why? Can't tell you.
Oh, man. You know, the initial trust we set up when our kids were young, I didn't want the kids getting a lump sum of cash at any particular age. I mean, to give a 21-year-old a lot of money is insane, and you can define a lot of money as whatever. It's more money than they've ever seen, period. It doesn't matter what it is.
If it's a few $1,000.
If it's a few $1,000, they'll blow it. So we kind of set it up as they were younger, like they would get a certain amount. If they wanted it for college, they could use it for that. Mm-hmm. But if they wanted to go out and buy a Corvette, it's not going to happen.
Right.
So, I mean, basically, we broke it down like that. But then after they actually now, you know, one's an attorney, as you know, and one is doing kick-ass in Nebraska, a store manager for a huge corporation. And it's like, now we don't care. Now they've proved to us they can manage money. So that's one of the updates we got to do. But then I was thinking about it. That still, if that was in our current trust, that is still the way it would be. If we had that final thing at 30 and they're under 30, there's nothing they could do to really argue that. They'd still have to wait till they're 30, right?
Yeah, but I mean, so a trustee would be in charge of the money. The trustee can still give them money. It doesn't mean they can't get money. It's just that the trustee has to agree with it, right? So it's
who do most of your clients choose as a trustee? Like a sibling? I mean, just in general.
Yeah, it's usually a family member, sometimes parents if they're still young enough. I encourage people to consider professionals. I know Tom has expressed a lot of skepticism about professionals and their fees, but it's a job. I mean, professionals, it is a lot of work. Professionals are insured and bonded and everything else. If they screw it up,
are they responsible for the management of it?
That's
the whole goal.
That's the whole goal.
So in other words, let's just take $1 million. There's $1 million in the trust. Are they responsible? Is part of their duty to go out and invest it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so they're trying to grow it.
You can get sued for everything. So you can get sued for not growing it fast enough. You can get sued for taking too much risk. I mean, it's really a
Are
treacherous
trustees
job.
generally attorneys as well, or no?
I would say most of the time it's the family members who have never done this before.
Who have never done it. I guess I think I'm seeing your point. It's like, especially if it's a substantial amount, you're giving someone the responsibility of, let's say, ultimately it's going to go to your kids, of growing in the example of $1 million. You want them to have more after a few years. My God, I mean, there's products out there right now that, pay 5-6% and they're 100%. There's no risk at all. So I'm saying if they were to do nothing, not even to do something like that, or not even to put it into like a checking account that got 1%, just to let it sit there and do nothing would be insane.
Yeah.
And that is kind of what you're talking about. If you don't hire someone, I have never looked at it that way. I think what Tom is basically saying is they charge so much, they rate it.
Yeah.
But you're saying the opposite. You're saying if you find a good one, and of course there's good ones, their whole goal is to make more money for the trust.
It's like having a financial advisor, but being a fiduciary in a trust is more. Like, right, you got that component, but also just you're managing all kinds of stuff. So it's a big job.
Listen, if you guys don't have a will or trust or want to talk about asset protection, I don't care if you're the parents or kids and your parents are getting elderly. In fact, I'm going to talk to Dan sometime in the next hour and a half about that. Can a kid go out if their parents are in their 80s? Can the 40 or 50-year-old kid and his wife go out and find an attorney to pay for the trust for the parents on their behalf? I bet that gets a little interesting. 303-713-8255. Robert's got a problem with the landlord. Laura's got a problem with the contractor. Mike, let's clear him up until we get that set up with the financial advisor, the fiduciary. And then Amy, I believe you're up next. Hold tight.
This.
Boy, this prospectus reads like shit.
Florida sucks so bad, dude. I'm dealing with my parents' stuff right now. So for the beneficiary's deed, it's literally like $3,000, $2,000 or $3,000
to record it.
To record it. That's how they make their money.
Yeah,
they don't have sales tax, or not sales tax. What do you call it? Income tax.
Sherry and I were bitching about $43. Yeah, last night.
Yeah, I know. Made me want to jump over the table and say, $43.
I wanted a seniors. I was trying everything to get a discount. I'm a long-time resident. I'm a senior.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show.
Ah, shit. You better watch out.
I'm sorry, what?
We're going to fix it 24/7. Generally, I just tell you about their great deal on either furnace cleaning or air conditioning. It's generally $39 when they're on the show. But if you've never had it done, it's incredible. It's an hour to 2 hours. They come out, they clean it, they tear it apart. In fact, if it's the condenser outside, you'll literally see it in pieces. And they go through and clean the whole thing. They don't come out and just go, hey, you need a new whatever. Then they slap a no breakdown guarantee on it. But they also do a free second opinion. If someone told you that it's not worth fixing and hit you with an estimate on a new system, you want to call these guys up. They'll send out a licensed HVAC or plumber, whatever it happens to be, electrician. And they'll give you a free second opinion. No trip charge, no nothing. You can't go wrong with that. But the one thing I always forget to tell you about Fix It, and I want you to focus on this. They've been on our referral list, and they've been friends of the Troubleshooter team for a long time. These are good, honest guys. They run a huge business, and they're very good at what they do. They do drain cleaning. They do HVAC. They do plumbing. They do it all. And they have great people. For $39, they will send someone out and solve any problem. And I'm not talking about the furnace cleaning or the AC. If you have some problem you can't figure out, something's broke, for $39, they'll send out a licensed professional. Good, honest people. George is at the helm. George Donaldson, great guy. But check him out at fixmyhome.com for all the deals I've been talking about. And then just for someone, when something breaks in your house, you want the right people. Fixmyhome.com.
What's this voicemail that came in yesterday, Mark? People on YouTube are asking about it.
I'm going to ask Kelly about it.
Okay.
I'll tell him.
Are you teasing him?
I'm teasing him.
All right.
It's a tease. I'll say what the voice. Okay. I want people to put their guesses on who left a voicemail. Put that on YouTube. Guess who left a voicemail, and I might pick out one and buy you lunch if someone gets it right. But I might not.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
It's a very big commitment on my behalf. I either will or won't buy you lunch.
I feel like it.
That would be funny. I bet someone could guess it if they think. If they think, you might be able to guess it. Falco, that is incorrect. Interesting, Kanga. Interesting. Ding, 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 ding. You have won Tom's Dinger. Ah! Yep, he nailed it. Kangaroo got it. Now, I'm not going to tell you what the voicemail said. I'll ask Raven. Which one was Raven? Oh God, she was the crystal.
She was into. She was.
She had Tom eaten out of her hand.
She was the fortune teller.
Kanga nailed it. Yep.
South Ulster Street. They're around here. They're like a couple of blocks away.
Have I ever met Kangaroo? No. I have met Tim. I have met Top Secret. I have met Savvy.
Savvy's cool.
I have met Savvy's niece who was making out with somebody in the car outside of the brewery.
Oh, I didn't hear that story.
Who else? I think it was her niece.
You met Girl Friday.
I met Girl Friday, yep. I'm trying to think who was in Washington. Who was that? Not Washington, Oregon? I forget. And then we met some great listeners on Polson Lake in Montana. Great. We had such a good time. They took us out on their big ass pontoon boat.
Really? Oh.
Saw an island this one guy owned that had a tunnel from the mainland underneath to get supplies to. It was like, $20 million house, and then he owned the island. In a tunnel under the lake. That's why it was worth so much. We didn't get to see any of that. I mean, you just go around it in the boat. Hop, skid, drive. Dave H. So I got an email over the weekend about Kalen Eccles, too. I might read that, actually. It's kind of funny. It starts off, Mark is a jackass. And I'm thinking, who could have wrote this? So usually if you Google an email, you can get a clue. Literally, you can see Facebook. You can see all kinds of shit attached to it. Well, it looked like the email.
30 K-How.
All right, 303-713-8255. If you're not part of the show, behind the scenes, you're crazy. Go to youtube.com. We received a voicemail over the weekend, and I'm going to be talking about that. But the voicemail, hey, let me ask you something, Kelly. Is she there? Kelly?
No.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Where is she?
She probably has to use the restroom, which means she has to go down to the third or second floor.
Yeah, so we're rehabbing the bathrooms here at the Taj Mahal. And I say that like Taj Mahal. And literally, we have to get up and go down to the third floor now. And for the men, it's kind of crazy. There's no quick way there, is there? No. There's no quick way there. No matter what, you got to pull out your badge. You got to open different doors. You got to wait for elevators. It's just crazy. But it is what it is. It is what it is. 303-713-8255. I'll talk to Kelly about that when we get back to voicemail over the weekend. Then I got an email, and here's how it started, Dragon. You ready? You want to know what it said in the subject line?
Ooh, do tell.
Hold on. Damn it. Okay, I'm going to paraphrase, but I'm very close. Mark's a jackass. It started like that. Or it said jackass Mark. I mean, can you believe it?
Could be any email.
That could be from anybody. But you'll never guess what it was about. Were you on the show when we had a certain contractor call up wanting me to remove something I had no control over?
I was here for that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That is who I believe it was. But it might not have been.
Oh.
It might not have been. It might be this guy named Dave H. And he doesn't know it, but I track him. I live in his brain on so many different levels, like in the front lobe, the back lobe, the medium lobe. I live in his brain. Now, 303-713-8255. Let's help some people. Let me see. Who's been hanging the longest, man? By far, Amy. Hey, Amy, what is his follow-up? AutoNation. Dimitri, you were working on this. Tell me what the problem was.
Well, in a nutshell, Mark, I mean, this is a really terrible problem. Amy and her husband bought a car and from AutoNation, a used car, along with an aftermarket warranty. The car was stolen and wrecked.
Oh.
And it's been back at, I believe it's still sitting at AutoNation. I think it's been there since February.
The body shop?
I'm not sure.
Is it an insurance problem?
Well, so here's the problem. During while it was stolen, it developed terrible engine problems.
Because they abused it, they revved it up, whatever.
Yeah, something like that. And her insurance company has denied this claim. Now, she had full coverage insurance, and Amy's insurance company
because they're saying it was
claim.
Mechanical?
No, because they said the car had already been totaled out by a different insurance company.
Oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
They sold her a salvaged car?
Well, not quite. We're not sure what to call this yet, because here's why. I did look over the sales documents that Amy provided me with it. There's no disclosure about a salvage
or a branded title.
And according to AutoNation, the Carfax report does not reflect that this car had been previously totaled out. So it seems like
I don't think that matters. How do we know there's actually a salvage title on it?
Well, there's no salvage title. Amy got a regular title. And it's not clear to us.
So what I guess I'm not understanding the insurance argument then.
The insurance company said despite the fact that you don't have a salvage title, insurance company records in some database that insurance companies access, they indicate that this company had been previously totaled out.
Have we talked to Brian Burns?
Well, I don't have any reason to know because I don't think it's a Brian Burns. It would be interesting to find out what database they're accessing.
Well, not only that, Brian, who's the insurance company?
Amy, what was your insurance company?
It was Allstate, but the claim that totaled the car was State Farm.
Yeah, that's the previous.
Get on, Kelly. Get on.
When I purchased it,
Kelly, I want to get on Brian Burns, and here's why I'm saying this, Dimitri. He knows people at Allstate. He knows people at State Farm. He knows people at everybody they represent. And anytime I've had him call over to get information on a denial, sometimes he actually convinces them to go through with it. But the other thing is, if it truly is a denial, if they can make him understand the denial, I feel much better. If they can't make him understand it, then I think something's up.
Well, it gets worse than what I just told you.
Oh, my God.
So
how much worse can it get?
Oh, well, listen to this. So the insurance company canceled her coverage because the car had been previously totaled.
After she tried to get this covered.
She tried to make the claim, right?
Yeah.
However, this now put her in hot water with Canvas Credit Union.
Yeah, the lender.
Which financed this car.
Yeah, so did they just make her?
Well, now the Canvas says you're in violation of the loan agreement because you're not insuring the car.
Yeah.
And Amy can't insure the car because it had been previously totaled. Now, AutoNation.
Okay, let's get Brian on. Hold on. I got to take this break.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Pretty calm driving throughout the Denver Metro as we step into this Monday afternoon. I-25.
God, I don't know why I keep doing this. I do know I'm blind, but my last test was good. All right, gotcha. Hang on. Just hit myself in the nose. Just trying to kick the shit out of myself. Oh my God.
Quality remodels at a discount price. You know what I'm talking about? DiscountBath.com. I love that website, by the way. But Chris and the gang, these guys are unbelievable. They were out at our house. What I really loved was the different ideas they gave Suzanne. We had a tub and a shower. We wanted to, of course, redo the shower and redo the vanity and some other stuff. But they made these ideas like, hey, why don't you get rid of the tub? We can expand the closet into one of those like California style closets. We can add the shelving and the hooks and do all that stuff. And then we talked about a steam and heated floors. These guys do all of it. Any level you want, from like a fix and flip level all the way up to a $10 million house in Vail. They can do it all, and they do it all at a discount price, upfront transparent pricing, and everything's managed for you. You're going to love Chris and the gang, and I really mean that. You are really going to love these guys. His team is great to work with. Check him out at discountbath.com. And I'm going to tell you one other secret. If you think it's going to be out of your price range, you can take a little video and upload it or send it over to Chris and the gang. They'll give you an idea right over the phone how much it's going to be to get that complete bathroom remodel or a partial or just a tub to shower conversion. Discountbath.com.
Hey, Robert, we're going to get to you as soon as possible, okay? Just be patient with me, okay? Okay.
Oh, man, that lady beat me up so hard this morning. I can't even tell you, dude.
Yeah, you look worn out.
All right, Laura,
I hate
we're
when
going
I
to
get
get
out
to
of
you
the
as soon
shower.
as
I
possible,
honestly,
okay?
God,
Just
hate
be
it.
patient with me.
And then you start sweating like 2 or 3 minutes after.
Laura?
It's like it was totally worthless.
Laura,
I
are you
already
there?
put my towel and everything up. I'm taking paper towels.
Laura?
Drying off.
Laura?
Paper towels.
Try it one more time. Oh.
The one yesterday is the hardest all week, though. The Sunday girl is just brutal.
All right, Dave, just be patient with me. We're going to get to you as soon as possible, okay?
I'm like,
Okay.
this time next week, I will be so focused on Hawaii, you guys might. Even if I'm here, I'll be on autopilot.
When are you going to Hawaii?
We leave for Vegas 2 weeks from yesterday. No, 2 weeks from Friday. In about 12 days, whatever. So we'll be in Vegas for 4 days. Then we fly from Vegas to the Big Island for like 8 days, I believe, or nine days, 8 nights, whatever. And then we fly from there to Maui
Tom Martino
for another
Show.
8 or 9 days. And then Suzanne doesn't know it yet, because we argued about it, but then we're going to fly to Kauai for 4 or 5 days. So that last flight.
What a great trip.
It's going to be great. Well, you got to remember, I mean, Tom's been sick all year. I mean, I want to disappear. We've usually already done, you know, a 6-7 week bus trip at this point.
Oh, God, I had no idea you were that far behind.
Oh.
Okay, so you're aware that
We'll be going pretty much
radio
September.
show and that you would have to go on
Pretty much
air
September.
in order to get any.
And then
sort
I'm
of
thinking of
free
Viking
advice or
cruise
anything
with
like
my
that?
parents.
Okay.
God, I
Perfect.
wish
What's
I
your
didn't
first
just
name?
say that on YouTube if they were listening. I didn't even think about
Hey,
that.
Robert, have you
Or a
had
carnival, I'm sorry, a carnival cruise.
installation? Is it sales?
I should do it
What's
that.
going
I should take them on a Disney cruise. So Avalon cruises are right in this building.
They are?
Yeah, that second floor that they own Avalon. So I've been doing a lot of research on them. The one thing I can't stand about them, they don't have balconies.
I want to talk to Tom and
You
Mark.
gotta, when you're cruising down on a riverboat, I mean, you want to be able to sit outside your room.
You want to be able to pee into the ocean.
And pee in, well,
I just got to get you on the air.
the river.
I don't think I've ever done that. But
No, I mean on your cruise ship when you go on the ocean on your carnival.
The regular, yeah, they don't have Avalon. They're high end too.
Are they?
And there's no balconies. I'm like, God, that's so weird.
Does Viking have balconies?
Yeah, almost every room.
Okay, sir, let me stop you right there. What did you want?
And these are the kind like Viking, everything's included. So you might have a choice of 3 excursions. You might have, let's say it's a 20-day cruise and there's 15 stops.
So was
You
it
have three choices of an excursion basically at every stop. And all that's already paid for. It's not extra. Everything. If you want to eat in your room and have room service, I mean, the whole thing is kick-ass.
Where are you thinking of taking your parents?
Well, they've been irritating me. I was thinking maybe Russia.
Ukraine.
Yeah,
We're going to go to Kiev. We're going to get a direct flight to Kiev.
I'll fly them into Kiev. Then we'll take the riverboat to where?
To Moscow.
We'll take the riverboat to Moscow from Kiev.
You get off that balcony, dude.
Lenin's too?
I bet you that'd be one cheap cruise.
They'll pay you.
Or maybe we'll go to, what is Gaza? What did Trump want to call Gaza?
Gaza Plaza.
The Gaza Plaza. I'll fly.
The definitive biography on Tucker Carlson, and now Chadwick Moore has landed a new gig with the New York Post. He joins me to discuss that and political topics du jour Monday on Ryan Schuling Live.
Three 713-8255. I'm telling you, folks, if you don't listen to the show within his show on YouTube, you're missing a lot. Am I the only one that saw Trump over the weekend in his newest hat? It looks like a mega hat, a standard red one. So it's the same color, but it says, Trump was right about everything. I have never met a guy that can push. I think I'm a good button pusher. Like when I want to get on people like Dave H. and these people whose minds I live in, I think I'm pretty good. But I don't care if you hate Trump. You must acknowledge the man can push buttons better than anybody that's ever walked this planet. It's a feat.
It's a superpower.
It's a superpower. That's a good way to put it. Hey, Dave, Amy, Robert, that's the music. I promise you're up next. Robert's got a problem with the landlord. We're going to finish up with Amy's story. And then Dave, he's got a stolen vehicle, I promise. I will get to all of you and a lot more right after this break. Hey, you want coffee or something?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm trying to think if I want to take a piss or wait till after the show.
That'll take you 5-minute walk.
I know.
I took Dan down to the first floor because it's the second, third floor. You need card access.
Yeah, I know. Pain in the ass. This makes no sense for people out there 50 and older like myself. How can I get up in the morning and piss? Then by 7:30, I'm at yoga. Then I'm over here by 10 o'clock, do the show. Then 4 hours later, the show's over. So how can I go 7 hours with urinating just when I wake up, But when I go to bed, I have to wake up like every 2.5, 3 hours. How is it? It's not even fair. I don't understand it. Is it laying down?
I don't know. Like, I'm in a good dream, too, and I got to get out of my dream to go pee at 3 a.m.
How about your dream like you got to pee? And that's what wakes you up is your dream.
When I'm dreaming of urinals, I know.
I'm dreaming of peeing my pants, and I wake up, and I'm like, damn it. I guess it's better you do that.
I don't know. I got to get up like sometimes 3 times a night.
What kills me, though, is literally I can go 7 hours, it's not even a deal. But the second I hit the bed, it's like 2 hours later.
I take it you don't drink any water before you go to bed, right?
No. I've been taking a melatonin pill that I got from Sam's. And it's interesting. I like melatonin for whatever reason gives me pretty vivid dreams. But it seems to help me stay asleep a little longer, but I still will wake up maybe 3.5 hours to piss. And then I don't even got to piss that much. That's the part that's really infuriating. These are the things I deal with, Dan.
Yeah.
Can you guys imagine? I look at my parents in their 80s and I just go, my God, it looks so hard. It does. And they're in good shape, but they're 80. I mean, just getting up and moving and stuff, it's like, oh, man. Money is wasted. What do they say? No, something's wasted on youth. I don't know.
You going on any trips, Dan McKenzie?
No.
Did you do anything this year? Anything cool?
I mean, we always go up to Northwest Michigan in the summer.
Nice.
We did that.
Do you have like same place up there as family, or?
Yeah, my parents live up there during the summer.
Cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been in that neck of the woods.
You'd be surprised. It's very nice.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised at all, actually. I've always wanted to go do the whole New England thing. My wife really wants to do that with the leaves and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to do that too.
Well, Michigan would be perfect for that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole Midwest.
You have Andrew run the shop while you're gone, Dan?
Yeah.
He's the main guy?
Yeah, he's the only other attorney there, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I rarely am out of touch, right? I usually.
Have you used AI to do a motion or anything yet?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's not bad, is it?
Yeah, no, it thinks of things, it catches things that I would probably overlook or not think about. So yeah, it's very helpful.
It's crazy.
Never turned anything in, just like, it's usually some back and forth, right? It's like working with a person.
It is. It's really remarkable, actually. I think paralegals, they're not going to let AI get in front of a judge. It's just not going to happen in our lifetimes. But I think like paralegals, assistants, man,
yeah,
it's going to be even medical. All these people that enter like medical bills and stuff, transcribing, all that's going to be gone. It's just going to be gone.
Well, a lot of them will become AI managers, right? They'll watch out. They'll proofread the AI stuff. They'll watch out for hallucinations.
You need as many?
No.
Need 1/5 as many.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Or that, yeah, exactly. You need less, and that less can do a lot more.
Yeah.
We're not going to have like, you're not going to walk into a retail store in the next 10 or 20 and not have the retail workers.
Mm-hmm.
But we're slowly getting there. If you look at fast food and McDonald's now, I haven't walked into a McDonald's forever. They had like a 99-cent coffee.
Oh, yeah.
So I walked in, and everything, they want you at the kiosk.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't even know if there was someone standing up.
There's nobody standing, but I used to buy that $1 coffee all the time.
Yeah, but
if you walk up to the register, they'll see you from the kitchen, and somebody will come over and take your order.
It's crazy.
So
if you haven't been in, Bo, you go up to a kiosk. It's crazy because it actually sells better than the humans do. You know, you say, oh, you want fries with that? You go in there for a coffee. This thing offers you everything from chicken nuggets to a shake by the time you're done.
I've never placed a single order on that satanic machine.
You never wiped the machine?
Never placed a single order on that machine. I
You
always
go up and
walked
talk?
I always walk up and I get my coffee right from the register.
So you interrupt the guy making the French fries to come out.
Yeah.
What would you like?
Well, there's like always like one of their managers that comes over to take my order.
When I go in, yeah, they're always in the back room.
And I always pay with cash.
Cash.
Oh, yeah. It's like bullshit.
You don't want them grabbing your card.
But I don't want to touch that screen. Did you see the people who?
Hey, William, did I meet you at that fest? I met so many nice people at that brew fest, except for Top Secret. She wasn't nice.
She wasn't. She was only on that day.
No, I started liking your sister after that.
You what?
I actually never didn't like her, but I started liking her.
I hated her when I was young.
He hated her.
I shot her with a BB gun.
You should have went out. I know you don't drink beer, but it was fun, man.
Oh, I totally wanted to. I had plans with other people that I couldn't cancel without being a huge douche. But I definitely would have gone up and just brought a bottle of whiskey to drink.
Youth is wasted on the young.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was thinking of. Thank you. There's Kangaroo coming in again. Look at that. Yeah, prostate's good. It's not enlarged or anything, Nicole, because I did have that conversation. Women don't have a prostate, right? That sounds stupid. Do women have a prostate? No. They just have small bladders.
Yeah. How would they know if they have to pee more?
You ever wonder how a dog can go like forever without peeing? Do you think they're sitting there with their legs crossed when you're not home? Is it hard?
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We got a lot cooking today. We're going to go to some follow-ups and some other stuff. I do have one line open, 303-713-8255. By the way, if you go to our YouTube station, type in Troubleshooter Network, we have basically a show within the show. And speaking of that, Dan McKenzie joins us. He is our guest today from the referral list. Anything that has to do with estate planning, asset protection, anything to do with, it's kind of weird. I mean, pretty much you specialize in end of life. I mean, kind of. What would you say to that, Dan?
I usually tell people it's really helping people get something in place for any situation where you need help. Obviously, if you've passed away, you can't do stuff anymore. But there's, as we kind of talked about earlier, that's always your bigger risk.
The living will.
Yeah, and the powers of attorney, right?
Yeah, the power of attorney is a big one. I guess you never think about it. Someone in their 30s, and they have a house and stuff, and they're in a car wreck, and all of a sudden they're in a coma. I mean, really, if you think about this, there's still financial decisions to be made. There's still a lot of stuff going on.
Everything still keeps going. There's still water bills coming.
Did you happen to see, there was an article, I think 9 News talked about it, but I actually looked up the article they were referencing on the local news. They were saying people that give organs, like I'm an organ donor on my license, if something happens, they were trying to actually harvest organs. I forget what state it was really bad. It might have been Georgia, but I forget what state. Maybe it was Arkansas. But there was like doctors like that would go in to harvest the organs after these accidents or after whatever heart attacks. And these people were like kind of still alive. So they would stop doing it. But I mean, think about that. I would want someone in charge of deciding when I go. I mean, if you're an organ donor, do you know the answer to this? I mean, do you give up your rights when it comes to like, if you do have a medical power of attorney, do they ask that person first or do they just go right for the liver?
I mean, it's something you can authorize within the power of attorney, whether you want that person making that decision.
Wow.
I have had clients express concerns about how aggressive they are about trying to make sure they are right there because the circumstances of, when organs can be donated are pretty, pretty specific.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 2% of people pass away in a way that organs can actually be donated.
Yeah, because it's got to be quick, and the organ has to be in one piece, of course.
Yeah. So the person cannot have been deceased for some period of time. It's really
Give us a good idea of, like, besides a medical directive, something a power of attorney would do that a lot of people just don't think about, where it would come into place, or where you run into people that don't have such a thing and it becomes an issue.
I mean, on the financial side, especially, like, you can't, I mean, if Suzanne has an account, like, you cannot access that account.
If I'm not on it.
No, or have some written authorization saying you can do it. If your house is jointly held, like, you can't sell your house, you can't refinance it without that person there. What if they cannot be there?
Yeah, that's even crazier. They can't be there, but yet you can't access it. That is really crazy to think about. And a lot of us, we just don't want to think about this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be that's got to be one of the hardest part of you connecting with your client, is like, there's so many people that put it off for a long time. I mean, do you have people come into you that are in their 80s?
Oh, yeah.
See, that's amazing to me. It's like, and the main reason is people put it off. They don't want to think about it. Who really wants to sit back and think about, okay, if I'm in a car wreck and I'm in a coma for 12 days, what do I want to do?
Yeah.
No one wants to think about that. Right. God, what's the youngest that you've ever done a will for? You ever have anybody 18?
Not quite that young, but early 20s. I've had some people come in who are really diligent about it and on the ball.
I think the biggest thing, too, is people's situations change so much. And that's another reason. Like anybody listening out there, if you've been divorced or remarried or a blended family at some point, we get calls here all the time where, you know, the guy will get remarried. Then the woman that he remarries has some kids. So now he's got a couple stepkids that are, you know, in their 20s, 30s, 40s. He dies first, and then the kids ultimately end up getting everything, and their kids were aced out of it.
Yep.
So, I mean, really, how many times have we had you on air over a call similar to that?
Yeah.
It happens all the time, so you better think about it when your situation changes. That's when you call Dan. By the way, 833 CO Plans. When did you get that number?
When I started this show.
Did you really?
It was for this.
That's a hell of a number. 833 CO Plans. And then his website is coplans.co, as in Colorado. coplans.co. When people call you up and talk to you, I mean, how does that generally work? Do you set up an appointment? Do you do it by Zoom? Will you do it any kind of way they want? I mean, how does a typical call to you turn into a client for you?
Yeah. So we do typically, our best offering is like you meet with me or my fellow attorney here. So to talk with an attorney, we do charge for that. We have some options for you to talk with a paralegal for free and just kind of get a little bit more better understanding of how we work.
But that's fine. But
estate planning and
I've got no problem with that. They come in to talk to an attorney about estate planning, asset protection, so they pay you X amount. I assume it's not that much for the first hour or whatever.
Right. Yeah. And the benefit of doing it that way, we find, is like we actually will get information about you, and really it is a pretty specific appointment tailored to you.
That's what I mean. So when you're doing that, you're literally taking all the information to figure out what they need.
Correct.
Or what they want,
Yeah.
and then how to develop that. And then after that initial consultation, then basically you propose, this is what we want, and it's X amount, so you give them a flat rate price on it.
Correct. Yeah.
And that could entail everything we've discussed in the last 3 hours. I mean, that could be a will, it could be a trust, it could be something to help protect the parents from, say, Medicaid coming after them if they have assets. It could be a lot. Do a lot of people come to you a little too late when it comes to sheltering Medicaid from taking the family house, if you will?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, it's they already have some sort of diagnosis, or they're showing signs of having some dementia or Alzheimer's, and it's like, look, it's going to take some time for this to actually kick in, right? Like we discussed, there's this 5-year look-back period to prevent people from doing it at the last minute and getting all these benefits that Medicaid really can't cover.
I think because of you got to understand, Martino's been in town 45, 50 years at this point, so a lot of our audience is that 70, 80-year-old that kind of grew up with Tom on the news in here. And a lot of those people, I really want them to take this to heart, what I'm saying. If you have that family house, you have that assets, and you do want to pass that along to your children, but you're afraid that, you're not going to not be able to get on Medicaid at some point. I want you to call and talk to Dan because he does have options to where you can still get on Medicaid and they can't go after your house. Like he said, there's some time frames involved. So don't wait till you're terminal. I mean, unless it's a really long terminal, it's a 5-year look back.
Yeah, I mean, I compare it to like the kitchen is on fire and you're calling the insurance company. It's
way too late. So that's one of the biggest reasons for a lot of people, and Dan specializes in this stuff. And then, of course, the younger people out there that maybe you just got married and you didn't have kids, now you have kids, or now your kids are over a certain age or whatever, just talk to these guys. They're really good at what they do. 833-CO plans, 833-CO plans. That's Dan McKenzie. And I'm sorry, what's your partner, the other attorney's name? I don't think I've ever met him.
Yeah, Andrew.
But you dealt with him, Bo?
I really like Andrew.
So you
smart.
These guys did what for you?
They
Trust?
did for my sister and I. They did a pour over will, which then turned into the revoke.
What's a pour over will?
That's just a will that when you have a trust, you really want everything going through the trust. So
Got
the
it.
pour over will is just putting it in the trust if it wasn't.
It says if I didn't accidentally put this car into the trust upon death, it goes into the trust.
Correct.
And then what else? The trust.
Yeah,
all the stuff we're
revocable trust.
discussing, the powers of attorney. And
So you guys, you did the full Monty with them.
The big flat rate.
And how come, let me ask you, Bo, how old are you?
65.
Did things change? Did you have anything in place before?
I'll
You just
tell
started thinking about it?
No, after we got out of the business, I decided to do a will, and I actually had AI draft up a will, and I thought it was very good. But I decided to do a trust because I didn't want to go to probate, and I just didn't want the world to know about my business.
Yeah, okay.
And with a trust, it's all private.
Is it, Dan? I mean, really? Unless if you're involved in it?
Yeah, I mean, the point
not
of a
public.
trust is to keep it out of court, right? There's no court involvement here. When you're in probate, you're in court. So there is some element of accessibility there.
And everything went great. You liked
Yes,
it?
I liked it, and it went well.
Well, there you go. I mean, you can't beat that. How long ago was this? It's pretty recent, isn't it?
We've been working on it for the past 3 or 4 months, and I just got the final product done last week.
Final question on that. So he just brought something up. What does it take? So someone comes and meets with you, and let's say you're doing whatever, like you did for Bo here. Is the biggest holdup in time frame I would probably bet on, I'll use that word, bet on, is waiting for information from the client, isn't it?
That happens. Yeah, that can tie things up for sure.
And then how about people actually putting stuff in the trust? A lot of people might go through and do a trust, but then they never put anything into it. So they spent the money on the trust and just wasted their time because nothing's in it.
Yeah, that is a widespread problem.
Do you guys offer those services as well, like doing the deeds?
Yeah, so we always put the personal residence in the trust. We assign the personal property to the trust. If you have businesses, we can usually get those into the trust.
And the fall over will.
Yeah, and then, it's the financial accounts that we need some help from the client on.
The IRAs, the SEPs, everything.
Investment accounts.
The trading,
Back-end savings.
Unbelievable. Okay, let's finish up with Amy. Amy called up. It's crazy. AutoNation. And then did we get Brian on? That poor guy's been waiting forever. I get so... when we have guests in that are experts, especially attorneys, I just got so many questions because I like learning this stuff. But Brian Burns, let me pull you up. He's our expert with Compass Insurance. Brian, so here's kind of the deal. This is crazy. So Amy buys a vehicle from AutoNation. It's a used vehicle. It comes with a warranty, okay? And she's financing it, so she has to have insurance. It's Allstate or State Farm?
I believe her current insurance company, Allstate. Yeah, she's financing the car.
So listen to this, man. This is crazy. It gets stolen. The vehicle gets stolen, and it gets ruined. So not only is it stolen, but these guys mess it up, and she goes to put a claim in. The cops find it. It gets recovered. It goes back to, I guess, AutoNation.
Yeah, it went back to AutoNation.
So it goes back to AutoNation. It needs XXX. It needs all
Including
this
an
stuff.
engine. It's completely fried.
Yeah, they beat the hell out of it. Now,
totaled car, basically. Okay.
They're saying, guess what? You have no coverage. And Amy's like, what do you mean I have no coverage? And they said, even though the title, this is where it gets very strange to me, even though it's not a branded title, it doesn't say salvaged on it, nor did AutoNation put anything on the paperwork, according to Dimitri and Amy, that said it was a salvage vehicle, but the insurance company is denying the claim because
a different insurance company had some time before Amy bought this car totaled out this car already.
Like on some kind of clue report. First of all, Brian, where would one insurance company see information on a totaled vehicle? Is that the clue report?
Well, the clue report would just show the amount of damage. It doesn't specify whether it's totaled. Where you would find if it's totaled is if it's a branded title. That's
not.
How you find out if it's totaled.
So they're arguing, even though it's not a brand. Well, tell me what they said. Amy, Dimitri, what is this insurance company denying it on? What does a denial letter say?
Amy, do you remember what? I can summarize it, but it would be great to hear directly from Amy.
Yeah, I mean, they said that they couldn't substantiate the allegations that it had a branded title, which was never my allegation. The allegation is just this car was totaled in February of 2023, and I bought it in June. And for whatever reason, the title never caught up to the car being deemed a total loss.
So, Brian, it sounds like
total loss before I purchased it.
Brian, it sounds like maybe someone washed the title at one point, but I don't know. How does an insurance company, how would anybody out there know this could happen to them? I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's not a branded title, and they actually agreed to insure it by the VIN number. They said, yeah, we'll sell you full coverage on it. But then it got even worse. Listen to this, Brian. Then they canceled her insurance. They canceled it. And she had to go find new insurance, or she hasn't found new insurance.
She hasn't.
Because no one will insure the vehicle now. Because now it truly is totaled. And her credit union...
You're not going to insure it now.
No, and the credit union's coming after her because it doesn't have insurance on it.
Oh, my gosh, what a mess. Here's my question, though. Mark, doesn't AutoNation have some responsibility for selling a car without it being disclosed?
Yeah, what is Amy? What do they say when? Well, I guarantee what AutoNation's going to say. Here's your title. It's not branded.
I can address that real quickly. So Amy and I both received, Amy received a response from AutoNation just a few days ago, and AutoNation bypassed the question. They didn't address the fact that they allegedly sold her a totaled out car.
Do they agree with that now?
No. They said, hey, we did not sell you a car with a branded title. This is a summary of the letter that I read. However, Amy never complained to them about having been sold a car with a branded title. She complained about having been sold a car that, according to her insurance company, has been previously totaled. So, in my view, the response that she got from AutoNation completely ignored the issue.
Brian, tell me if you agree with this. Here's where I think we go with this. And I think it's much more simple. We've got to find out if that vehicle, is there a way, Brian, that you can look up, if we give you the VIN, whatever information you need, if it has been totaled? I don't know what system, but if you can help us get access to that. And if it truly was totaled, and it was totaled before she purchased it, which I'm assuming she's telling the truth, right? There is a problem big time with AutoNation. Whether they knew or didn't know,
right?
They can't sell a vehicle that was salvaged. So even if
they need to undo that deal, if that's what the truth is.
If that's what the truth is.
Yeah.
Do you have a way of getting into a system, like maybe pretend to sell her insurance through a carrier and see why it comes back denied based upon what date and what happened?
Here's what I can do. I don't have a system that shows whether it's a totaled. I can look at the clue report, but what I can do is go to an insurance carrier and ask them to run it and say, is this showing a total vehicle? So yeah, send me the VIN number and her information.
Okay. So Amy, this is what we're going to do. You're going to get, in fact, go ahead, Amy.
I just want to say, so my insurance company, Allstate, was able to give me a State Farm claim number that was involved in totaling the car. And I called State Farm, and they confirmed for me that they had indeed,
but
with
Amy,
that claim number, totaled the car.
Amy, did they give you anything? Did they give you something in writing
saying? No, because
saying...
I'm not a party. I'm not a party to that.
That's
claim. I
fine.
didn't own the car.
That's what we're going to try to get from Brian, something that states, something that proves. So Dimitri can go to AutoNation and say, you sold her this vehicle. Here's the sales receipt. Here's the work order on the vehicle on this date. But look, this vehicle was totaled before you sold it to her. And then we can go to the dealer board if AutoNation doesn't want to step up. If everything you're saying is factual and Brian can provide us something of proof of that, AutoNation, they're going to have to do something. They're going to have to undo the deal.
That's what I'm hoping for.
All right, hold on. Brian, I would appreciate you get what we're trying to do. And for everybody out there, Compass Insurance, these guys are gold. In fact, Brian, I think you just didn't you just buy a Tesla?
I did.
Isn't it funny that after I paid all my yearly premiums with Compass Insurance, he went out and bought a new car? Now, wait just a second. No, I'm kidding, Brian. This guy,
Mark.
Yeah, this guy helps us out so much. It's crazy. Not just here on the show, but Suzanne and I. They shop our car insurance. They shop our homeowners, our RV policy, our business policies, and they always find us the best deals. I was a little afraid of being canceled this year. Well, not for being on the radio canceled, but canceled by the insurance company. I was a little afraid of that, and Brian, like always, came through. In fact, we saved, for the first time forever, we actually saved money on our auto for a long time. Now, to shed the light on why, our daughter now has her own insurance and everything, so she's not on our policy. So that's why. But really, we saved quite a bit of money, and he helped out Adeline. I mean, really, he does everything for our family, everything for Tom. You want the guys out there. And then when you do have a problem, and you have a problem going after the insurance company when they don't pay, now you have someone to call. Try to call up your Allstate or Safeco agent that works for Safeco or Allstate. Try to call them up and get help. They get penalized. I mean, I wouldn't even, whatever. You got to call Compass. Quote Compass.com or 303-996-9000. Thank you, Brian.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
All right, folks, let me tell you about a great company, Fix It 24/7, free second opinions. And it's very important. If someone hit you up with a very high estimate to fix, let's say, your water heater or maybe your furnace or your air conditioner or your electrical panel, these guys do it all. They also do drain cleaning, by the way. But if you were hit by a high estimate, and even if someone said, hey, that's so old, we can't fix it, their name is Fix It. Fix It 24/7. They might be able to come out and fix it. That's what they do. That's what they like doing. Sure, they can sell you a new system, but that free second opinion, you're going to find out if you actually need a new system. And if you do, guess what? They're going to beat the price. Check them out at fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com. So 6 weeks goes by. She calls into the show. She says, I bought this policy. She sends it over, the emails back and forth with AmFam, the whole bit. And she turns in a claim because it hailed. She goes out, and her neighbor's got a roofer up there. And she says, hey, can you look at my roof? He's like, yeah, you need a roof. You had hail, just like everybody in the neighborhood. So she calls up. They go, oh, you don't have coverage. And she's like, what are you talking about? She's like, we denied your coverage a week after the agent sent it in. And the agent works for AmFam. You know, he doesn't literally work for him, but all he can sell is AmFam. So they deny the claim. But they took her payment up front and didn't refund her one nickel or tell her she was denied up until she puts a claim in 6 weeks later. So I had Dimitri reach out to the board here in the insurance, and they got in touch with AmFam, and they ended up paying the entire claim, or they're going to pay it. It just happened. But can you believe that?
No.
Talk about a business model. So you sell insurance, And then if someone actually needs it, you just refund the premium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We never figured out, though, was the agent like sneaking the money, and that's why he never told? We don't know what happened there, but we helped her out. She got fully covered on it. If he could have solved that one with the pizza, I would even be more impressed. The AmFam, instead of having to go to the state and everything, you just send AmFam a pepperoni pie with broccoli.
It's interesting to me, too, that one insurance company couldn't find the salvage title, but the other one did, basically.
Well, there's no salvage title. They just found some kind of an insurance company record that indicated that it had been previously.
Brian's going to get, I guarantee what he's going to do. He's going to call up one of his companies that he's really tight with.
So they've been without a car since February, both Amy and her husband.
Well, I mean, they should have called us before.
Going in for cancer treatments.
Oh. That's the kind, if we can prove that that thing was, well, first of all, two things. If we can prove it was salvaged, or should have been salvaged, and it was totaled prior to the sale, we're going to go after him big time.
If it's not on
She's the kind I'll have in the studio. We'll literally spend 4 hours telling her story just like a guest to make sure everybody knows how bad Allstate or whoever it was, State Farm, is.
AutoNation is the black hole.
You'd be shocked with AI. Companies like State Farm, they're listening constantly. They have all these AIs listening out there, all these big companies now.
Well, how come they're not calling you with solutions?
I have no idea.
They're not listening very carefully.
Who? Okay. Why did you put them on hold so long? Hey, Dragon, why is she putting people on hold so long?
That's Kelly for you.
Well, do me a favor. Fluff them up a little.
Okay. Oh, my God.
Fluff him up.
Oh. Dan, you want to do some defense work for Mark? Mark, Dan, remember I offered you like a nice class action?
Yeah.
So I settled it. Do you know what my lawyer got paid?
No.
$86,000.
Okay.
Did he get the money?
Oh, yeah.
He really got paid.
Oh, he got paid. I got paid. My lawyer.
How much did you get?
25.
That was pretty impressive,
You were
actually.
gone last week, Dimitri?
My lawyer got paid
Did the
86.
class get anything, or just
What?
did the class?
He
get
was
anything?
the class.
Remember, we settled it before the class was even certified. It remained a putative class action for a few months, and then they wanted to settle it. Paid me out as if I had gone all the way to trial and prevailed, and got a class representative bonus and all of my damages.
Well, they must have really thought you would bring a lot of other people in.
No, they wanted to get rid of the case because it was going to cost millions to defend.
Was that the Verizon case?
No, I have an update on the Verizon case sometime this week when there's my lawsuit against Verizon. I have a
630 KHAL, an iHeart radio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. Hey, Robert, what is going on with this landlord? Hey, Robert.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly, Robert. What is going on?
Thanks, Mark. Well, here's the deal. I'll try to make it short and sweet. And I even got an email out to the manager. So I'm waiting to see what the response is. But in a nutshell, we rented from a landlord. And he was a private individual. And after probably 14 years, he finally moved over to a management company. Well, it's been kind of a transition. They use a lot of online apps, and we've got to go to an app to make payment,
sure,
so on and so forth. Well, the bottom line is this. I'll go ahead and follow you. Well, we all of a sudden got a notification. Well, I went and looked on the app, and lo and behold, we're past due $200.
What's the 200 represent, Robert?
Month to month.
No. I don't mean how long the lease is. $200 is an odd number. How much is your rent each month?
It's $1,050.
So where's the 200? Why 200? Is it late fees?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, Mark. It's not late fees. It's apparently an additional fee, it appears to be, for the month-to-month lease that we have.
Well, that's pretty hard to do, man. I mean, they can only raise it once a year. There's a lot of new rules in Colorado, whether you agree with them or not, they're there. I'll give you an idea. If it is a late fee, they can't start an eviction. Well, they can start an eviction for whatever they want, but a judge will never evict somebody due to late fees anymore. You simply can't do it, or pet fees or anything. You can only be evicted these days for not paying the rent. So, so where is it at now? Are they threatening to kick you out or what?
No, they're not. They're not at all.
So how can we help you?
Well, I just needed to ask a question. Is it proper to add an additional amount of money on without any due notice, any phone call? Because we haven't gotten an email, anything.
Well, they can only, my understanding, and listen, let's do this. Brad O'Brien, we can get him tomorrow for that other call, right, Kelly? I want to get him back up for this, and we'll dig into it. But I'm going to give you my understanding real quick. A landlord can raise it once a year. Bo, you've got a lot of properties. Is that correct now? Once a year?
That's true, once a year.
So I don't know if he's raised it before. As far as the notice, it's kind of weird because you're on a month-to-month. I do believe you still have to give them notice at the renewal. I'm not exactly sure how that is going to work on a month-to-month, but it doesn't matter. Brad O'Brien will tell us tomorrow. So we'll get your question answered tomorrow. Okay, Robert?
Hey, that's not a problem, Mark. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, hold on, though. You've been holding forever. I'm not going to drop this. As soon as we get Brad up tomorrow, I'm going to have Kelly call you, so hold on. We're going to get her on. But the other thing is, I'd like you to get back onto that portal tonight and literally figure out what it's for. I want to make sure it's not a late fee or any other fee. I want to make sure, like, next month your rent is going to be $1,200 or $200 more or whatever. I want you to verify what it's for, and if you don't know, print out this statement or save it and then email it to us. I want all the information we can give to the attorney tomorrow. 303-713-8255. We're going to come right back and go to Dave. He's got a question about a stolen vehicle, and then a question about a scam with Equifax. That'll be weird. Hold on.
KHOW.
Did you ever do anything besides?
I remember you telling me about that a long time.
What'd you do? Criminal?
Wasn't he an individual?
Civil, mass tort, and class actions. So that's why I was talking to Dimitri about those things.
Got it.
Yeah. So I offered Dan a really juicy case.
Was the guy in it? Was it a big company?
It was a medium company.
They were in town. Or was it a different one? You work a lot of cases.
Yeah, I filed a bunch of things also. I got another check. Oh, no, here, I'll show you a picture of another check I got just last week. I showed it to Tom. Yeah, so this is a text message spamming. Here's a check I got last week.
You know, I want to tell you about Homevestors. You've seen their signs around. We buy ugly houses. They'll buy any house, and the coolest part is you can generally close within a week. If you maybe inherited a house and from a hoarder or any kind of issue, something so run down you don't want to put the money into it, they're going to come make you a cash offer, no commissions, no stress, no tire kicking, no uncertainty. They're going to write you an offer, and it's a fair offer. And I am not kidding. If you actually calculate how much it would cost to get that house in bad condition up to something that you could sell fairly quick, I'm telling you, these guys, it's a great way just to get it done. 800-44-BUYER, 800-44-BUYER, or WeBuyUglyHouses.com. Dancing in the moonlight. Oh, we were watching this comedian on Saturday. I can't think of the guy's name. He was so funny, though.
Yakov Smirnoff.
No. Of course you would like him. So he was talking about, he said, how about these drug makers that make drugs, and then they end up literally selling the drugs based upon the side effects. And the first one he was talking about is Ozempic and the LGP1s. And he's like, these were set up for blood pressure and whatever they were set up for. Then they find out people lose weight. Now the only people that buy them are people who want to lose weight. And I didn't realize this. Viagra and Cialis and all the blue pills.
Yeah,
and
those
shit.
are all side effects.
Yeah, those are all side effects. They're like, can you imagine being the guy that solved, high blood pressure with these pills or whatever it is? But it's now known as the boner pill. You saved 1 million lives, but the only reason anybody knows about your pill is because it gives you a hard-on. I had no idea. I literally had no idea Viagra, Cialis had any other meaning in life besides being a boner pill. I had no idea.
Yeah, it came out as like some kind of a heart medication.
Something to do with promote hair growth, Rogaine, hair growth. And the side effect is the boner.
No,
so
Rogaine
crazy.
doesn't have that side effect.
But the diabetes one is funny. It's like there's way more people not diabetic on Ozempic than diabetic.
Dan, did you get the Meat Fest invitation I sent?
I did, yeah. So I'll take a look.
There's some.
Please join us. Very interesting people coming.
No, there could be like
It's not a clown show.
Like Elway.
Wow.
Well, we usually have almost every year we have an extremely famous NFL coach that join us. A very famous NFL coach. And very interesting people from industry and from diverse backgrounds.
Is this your thing or is it some?
It's my thing.
Okay. Yeah.
I've been doing that since college.
Oh, you haven't? You just started.
We'll be there. It's a real deal.
We usually have between 20 and 30
It's
different
not a barbecue.
species represented.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to bring mountain lion. I ain't bringing shit.
You're not bringing shit?
Well, I'll bring some.
I'll bring some.
I did want to bring mountain lion, but the guy that had it, he doesn't have any. So I don't think I.
You better not kill the neighbor's cat.
I'll bring my cat. That damn thing pissed me off.
Yeah.
Now they'll have chefs there, so if you bring some, they'll prepare it there for you.
And we have waitresses that we hire.
Yeah.
At dusk, after the awards ceremony, and it turns into whiskey and cigars in the yard. So people stay around. Very interesting conversation until about 2, 3 in the morning.
Wow.
I don't last that long, but,
No.
but some people stay that
It's a
way.
nice house, too.
It's in Bonnie Bray. I hope you can join us. Please bring a guest or two.
Okay.
A couple of guests is totally fine, and whatever meat you want to bring.
All right.
Bring top secret.
I forget who we have tomorrow, guys.
You're busy. You told Chopper and Dollar not to come in.
I don't tell anybody that. That is not my life.
It's Suzanne's life.
That's Suzanne. I tell you right now, man.
So she said
You guys see me, I show up 2 minutes before the show.
I know, and who the hell is coming in here?
I knew Dan was coming in basically at maybe last night. It was either last night or this morning. Then I always forget. I mean, she'll tell me, and then I forget who it is, so I end up asking again. It is pretty amazing. Like, have you ever lost something, and then your wife finds it, like, in 3 minutes? You look for it, and then it's like in the drawer you looked in. It's like
900-8986.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Really quick, we were talking during the break. Has this ever happened to you guys? So, like, your significant other, in my case, my wife. Dan, you're married, aren't you? So has this ever happened, like, you can't find your wallet, your car keys, whatever it is, doesn't matter. And, like, you look everywhere, you can't find it, then you ask your wife, and she finds it, like, in 5 minutes, if not quicker.
Yeah, there are internet memes on this.
Yeah. And I'm convinced what Suzanne does. Okay? She hides it from me. Example, wallet. Where's my wallet? She literally takes my wallet, watches me look for it, then sees where I looked for it. Then I ask her, can you help me find my wallet? Then she goes over and puts it where I already looked and then pulls it out to be the hero. Because there is no other way that I looked through that drawer and didn't see what I was looking for.
You should test this theory.
Now, do you guys, do you think your wife might do that to you? Do you think, what is that called? Like gaslighting?
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's a cruel punishment. By the way, that's Dan McKenzie, 833CO plan. Seriously, you guys need anything that has to do with estate planning, wills, asset protection. He's the guy. He's been with us. How long have you been with us, Dan? It's pre-COVID, right?
Yeah, has it been that long? Yeah.
Time's a cruel animal.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The older we get, the quicker it goes. 833CO plans. Talk to Dan and the gang, and they'll come up with whatever you need. Maybe you've been divorced, but you get the idea. Maybe you have kids. Maybe you just got married. Maybe you finally have some assets. But regardless, there's a reason to call them. I've really taken out of today's show with you, Dan, and I know about it, but I never really thought about it. And I try to go back to my 20-year-old self, was the medical directives and the power of attorneys that people, you just don't think about in your 20s. Honestly, I didn't think about them in my 30s.
Yeah.
So
those were more important. Kids going off to college, we're usually warning people, you don't have any right to know anything at this point.
That's scary.
Still feels like a kid who's pretty dependent on you at that point.
Big time.
Yeah.
833CO plans, 833CO plans, or coplans.co. And you can always find them on our referral list. And these guys, you can call up and talk to them. Dave's got a stolen vehicle. Dave, what happened?
This happened over the weekend. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
It's actually my daughter's truck. It's registered in my name because when she bought it, she was still out of permit. She was under the age of 16. So anyway, I get a call on Saturday. It got stolen from the RTD park and ride over at 225 and Parker Road.
Got it.
And so anyway, I'm going through all the procedures. We made police reports, blah, blah, blah. I talked to the police officer Saturday night. We finally were able to get online this morning, make a claim with the insurance. I got all that. My question to you is, I've never had to deal with this, so I don't know the steps to take to follow to where I'm not getting hosed.
Well, you want to make sure. Okay, there's a couple things here. I'm going to go through them quick, and then if you have follow-up questions, let me know. Number one, you got to get that police report, which what you've done. You got to get that over to the insurance company. The insurance company, unless if something else goes on, is going to give it a little time. I'm not sure the definition of that. It depends on the insurance company. But if it doesn't turn back up in a couple weeks or something, I would assume they're going to go ahead and just total the entire thing or, write it off and write you a check. The biggest part is once they get to that part is the value of the vehicle. You might think it's worth 10 grand. They might think it's worth 5. We have a company called Petty Details. Petty Details is on our referral list at referrallist.com. Petty as in Petty. You basically call them up, and for free, he will tell you what that vehicle's worth in real sense. If they refuse to give you what it's worth, you can hire Justin Petty for $500 a flat fee, and he will go into basically the appraisal process with that insurance company and prove it's worth what he is saying, not with what they're saying, so you get the higher amount. So that's really the steps. The biggest thing you're going to be up against now is if it gets recovered and it's screwed up, and then all of a sudden they don't want to total it and they want to actually fix the vehicle. That can be a real pain in the ass. If there was meth in that vehicle, you don't want it. The insurance company has to total it. If there was meth in there, and it's hard to say, you might have to get testing done, but there's different things. So really the best scenario is it doesn't show up.
Okay. Do you have a phone number I can get for this Petty Details just in case I need it in the near future?
Yep. I'm going to actually have Kelly give it to you. I'm going to put you on hold so I can take a break. And then if you have any follow-up questions, really feel free to call back in anytime. But he'll give you free advice. Have the year, make, mileage, and then the trim. So in other words, like a Ford F-150 Lightning Edition or whatever the hell it is. Everybody hang tight.
Troubleshooter, all one word, TROUBLE,
Yeah, so if you can prove someone smoked meth in your car, you can get it totaled. The chemicals in meth is absolutely, it's mind-blowing to me that anybody would smoke or inject or whatever they do with it. Anything like that. It's crazy. It's like poison. I mean, you see what it does
poison.
to teeth. Just look at meth smokers and their teeth.
Just the smoke from meth would mess up a car?
Oh, yeah. It's so toxic they can't clean it because it gets into everything. It would cost them more to clean the vehicle and make it meth-free than to not just total the vehicle. Now, I'm not going to say there's not exceptions. You might have a $200,000 car.
Does it have a bad odor to it? Does it stink?
Meth, I think, smells like a chemical, as far as I know. I don't know.
God, what a depressing show. I did speak with Violet, though. We can address that tomorrow at this time.
What's so depressing? What was depressing?
Well, it started with Violet's call about her husband possibly getting murdered or beaten to death in a nursing home.
Yeah.
Right? And then it went downhill from there.
What went down?
How about like the...
you listening to this, YouTubers?
Your sewage
God.
pond.
It's called a cesspool, not a sewage pond.
That's what that is. A cesspool is a euphemism for sewage pond.
No, it's not.
Meth and now Amy's car.
It's an above-ground septic system.
This woman whose roof is missing and Habitat for Humanity won't do anything
Is this your
about it.
first day on the show, for God's sake?
It's my most depressing day at the show.
I thought the damn thing was upbeat and fun. Okay, I'm putting up a poll. Poll coming up.
Oh, man.
I got to think of how I want to phrase this.
The lady's car beat.
Oh, and the bathroom is out of service. And geez, it's just
Start a poll.
It's getting worse.
Was today's show upbeat and fun?
Or was it sad and depressing?
Today's show upbeat and fun, or sad and depressing?
I'm going to go home and hug my cats, make some meatballs.
I'm going to go, answer 1 is upbeat.
Answer 2, not depressing.
I almost jumped. That was so funny, I almost jumped. That song reminds me of National Lampoon's Vacation.
Oh, that's right.
I love that movie.
That's right.
You almost Tom'd yourself.
Paul, thanks so much for hanging on with us. We're going to get you up right after this break, okay? Hang on.
Okay. Here comes the poll, people. This will be curious. I'll be curious. Because I literally, no joke, see it 100% as fun and upbeat. I really? Yes. But I understand what you're saying.
You're a Google.
Okay, what would you say, Dan? Upbeat and fun, or sad and depressing? The show today.
Definitely upbeat and fun.
How about organ
Thank
harvest?
you.
Premature organ harvesting. Did you forget that conversation?
The organ harvesting. Yeah. We're not on air right now. I just can't. I can't believe sad and depressing. First of all, you're saying Dan, who comes here, is sad and depressing? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just explained what
As you try to hoodwink him into some Sue and Domino's pizza for too small a pepperoni.
Did you see how much money this guy made?
No.
About 8 hours of work on my case.
I'm sure in hindsight, you would have taken the case, right?
No.
No, he probably had about 6 or 8 hours on my case.
So it was a contingency.
Come on, there's no way.
We never went to a single.
I mean, the negotiation itself would have taken more than that.
We filed a complaint.
Yes, that takes hours.
Maybe minutes, because that's all he does for a living. He just does complaints. But okay, let's say a couple hours to first thing. They filed a 15-page motion to dismiss.
Yeah.
We never even filed an answer to it because they wanted to settle the case as soon as they filed that motion. It was a billing exercise for them.
Now he's a specialist in that, right, Dimitri? Yeah, I think you told me about him. Well, that's good you pursued that, Dimitri.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah. 99% of the people get.
Mark.
I got another.
This podcast sounds horrible. Maybe not. I can't tell anymore.
I'm going to nail this guy from last week for $61,000 in damages so far.
Oh, my God. Why do I even try? I don't know why this Emilio Gonzalez...
New York Post. He joins me to discuss that and political topics du jour Monday on Ryan Schuling Live.
All right, 303 Martino. Please don't forget it. Help at troubleshooter.com. I do want to thank Dan McKenzie for being part of the show today. I love when we have attorneys in. And I was really glad to hear that, Bo, you've been using them personally, you and your sister. That's really cool, man. Now, we did come up with something during the break that, once again, I disagree wholeheartedly with Dimitri. But I do want to tease something for tomorrow. Hey, Kelly, I think what we do with Paul, let's get him on first thing. The guy's been holding. I'm going to have 2 minutes to dig into it. So let's get him on first thing.
Okay.
Paul, I promise you, if Kelly reminds me, you will be numero uno coming out of the gate tomorrow. But a couple things. Tomorrow, do we still have the voicemail from you-know-who asking to take down the you-know-what?
No, that was an email. I forwarded it.
I thought you told me he left a voicemail as well.
Leave a voicemail about the email.
He left a... Okay, well, do you still have the voicemail?
No, I deleted it.
Oh, Lord.
Sorry.
Oh, Lord. Does our voicemail have a deleted file? I don't know.
I don't.
I'm going to look tonight. There might be a deleted voicemail
Look
file.
for it, but you have the email in your inbox.
I want to ask you something.
It's a LinkedIn.
Listen, I'll recap what I'm talking about. We had what I call a hater call, and basically, he sent me an email too. Actually, I don't know if it was him, but someone sent me an email, and I'll read it tomorrow. It started off, I can't believe this, it started off, Mark's a jackass. That was his subject. And the reason he thought that was because of Kalen, who happened to leave a message and email right around the same time from there.
Well, he's left 2 messages within the last week.
Yeah, so we're going to...
And then he called.
I'm going to read this email tomorrow. Maybe we'll do a poll, a YouTube poll. Speaking of polls, Dimitri said something, and Kelly, I want your input on this. You know what Dimitri said? He said, wait, go ahead, you tell everybody what you said. This was a very sad and depressing show, I believe you said.
Listen to all the topics. We had a very disturbing call from an elderly lady.
Yeah.
Then we discussed premature organ harvesting.
Yes.
Then we discussed your cesspool experience in
If you're
Minnesota.
receiving the organ, that's not depressing.
Well,
good point.
I was looking at it from the perspective of the donor himself.
There's 2 sides.
And then,
There's 2 sides to every coin. Sides to every coin.
Here's the bottom line, Kelly, Dragon, Bo, Dan. He made the claim that I said the show was upbeat and fun. And he goes, no, it wasn't. It was sad and depressing. What do you think, Bo? Upbeat
The
and
show
fun?
actually went quick. We had a lot
Upbeat and
of
fun
things
is
to
the
do.
answer. Kelly, upbeat and
No,
fun?
I didn't say that.
We had a lot of good calls.
Kelly said upbeat and fun as well. Dragon, upbeat and fun?
I've had a great time.
Upbeat and fun. Dan, upbeat and fun?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll be right here tomorrow solving problems, answering questions, and helping you out right here on the Troubleshooter Network.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Self-employed or a contractor who's struggling to find a lender to access the equity in your home so you can pay off your high-interest debt? American Financing has the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. American Financing does something that many lenders cannot do. They get you qualified using your bank statements. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call now. American Financing saves their customers an average of $800 a month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you even greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give American Financing a call. American Financing has been helping homeowners just like you with this new loan program. It doesn't cost you anything to find how much money you can save. American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Every year, millions of Americans are exposed to a contagious virus.
What is this virus? It's stigma.
Stigma promotes an environment of shame,
fear, and silence,
which prevents millions of people from seeking help.
But there's good news.
The National Alliance on Mental Illness believes stigma towards mental illness is 100% curable.
So do yourself and everyone a favor.
Go to curestigma.org and get tested for stigma.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Thousands of school kids headed back to class today in Washington, D.C. with National Guard troops patrolling the streets. ABC's Karen Travers says some parents have concerns that they are armed.
Tens of thousands of kids who are taking the metro, walking to school in their neighborhoods, and you have that armed military presence throughout the city. That's as of last night, that 2,000 deployment of National Guard who are now armed as of last night. The mayor told ABC that they don't need armed troops to take kids to school safely, to ensure that kids can get to school safely.
The Pentagon is also now considering sending armed guards to other federal cities as well, including New York and Chicago. President Trump today signing an executive order in the Oval Office ending cashless bail for those suspected of crimes while they await trial. Gilmore Abrego Garcia back in ICE custody. He was mistakenly sent to an El Salvador prison. Now back. White House wants to send him to Uganda. This is ABC News. GLP-1s are the drugs that keep on giving.
Not just for losing weight and battling diabetes, but fighting cancer. Shown over 10 years of research on 80,000 patients.
Yes, this is a medical revolution, but that doesn't mean these drugs are without serious side effects.
Board-certified neurologist Dr. Leah Kroll says the upside.
The risk for endometrial cancer went down by 25%. For ovarian cancer, 47%. And the risk for meningioma, which is a benign brain tumor, went down by 31%.
Researchers make clear the study does not distinguish if the reduced risk is due to the drug or the actual weight loss. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
The nonprofit healthcare group KFF says health insurance prices are expected to rise next year. Pricey prescriptions and nagging medical costs will likely leave consumers dealing with coverage changes and less coverage overall. KFF says the health insurance market right now is in a period of uncertainty. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
14 elected officials in Pueblo are urging County Coroner Brian Cotter to step down following revelations that bodies were mishandled at a mortuary he co-owns. Governor Polis also making the call, saying more needs to be done at the legislative level going forward.
I think, frankly, we can agree needs to be reformed after this is the way that you remove a coroner from office that is subject to a criminal investigation, unable to do their job.
In a joint letter, city and county leaders said Cotter's resignation is needed to restore public trust and integrity to the office. While they cannot force Cotter out, leaders say a recall election is the only path for removal if he refuses to resign. A hiker is recovering after falling in a park in Douglas County. South Metro Fire Rescue says the injury was reported yesterday afternoon at Daniels Park, about 8 miles southwest of Lone Tree. The hiker had to be extracted with ropes and was taken from the area on a stretcher. No word on his condition. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
2 issues on I-70 eastbound around the DIA area. We've got 2 left lanes closed I-70 eastbound at Tower Road to stop the traffic back from Pena Boulevard. Adding about 5 minutes to your commute as traffic very carefully moves around this one. West of there, a shoulder crash I-70 eastbound at Peoria Street. This one was slow driving back from I-270. About 1 minute of delays there. No complaints I-25 north and southbound through the metro area. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Labor Day at Lowe's means buy one, get one free select interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, shop 2 for $8 select 2.5 or 3-quart mums. Valid through 9/3 mums offer in-store only. Selection varies by location. Terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details.
Everyone always asks, What are your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Allow me to share, along with some details. Get this. Their once-a-year summer savings event. First off, Advanced Hair stands by the results.